Chapter 2291. Rumble. The hall began to tremble and shake unceasingly. Everyone's attention was completely attracted by the magic staff. The crystal wall that had been protecting the magic staff disappeared in an instant. No one was in the mood to care about the battle between Yi Shiwen and Yu Qin Ruiqian. Everyone took a deep breath and reacted instantly. They flew towards the magic staff. Everyone knew very well what the mystic magic staff meant to the entire Equipment Emperor Heaven. Basically, they could unify the world and become invincible if they obtained it. Even a king-level powerhouse wouldn't dare to resist the attack of a supreme Dao tool, let alone other people. That belongs to our Tool Emperor Pavilion. None of you are allowed to touch it. Many experts of the Tool Emperor Pavilion also flew out. Yu Qin Ruiqian, who was lying on the ground, kept roaring, but he didn't have the strength to follow them. Just as everyone was about to pounce on the Wonder Magic Staff, a silhouette rushed past everyone and pounced on the Wonder Magic Staff. Who else could it be but Yi Shiwen? Boom! A burst of dazzling divine light erupted from the magic staff. A powerful force swept out like a wave, trying to push Yi Shiwen out. How can you stop here? Yi Shiwen roared. The Celestial Emperor tool, refining technique in his body, was operated to the extreme. His hands produced a powerful suction force, forming a whirlpool. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen clearly felt that something had flown into his body from the wonderful magic staff. Then it submerged into his body and disappeared without a trace. However, no one was aware of all this in the burst of dazzling divine light. Yi Shiwen was shocked. He slightly relaxed, and the magic staff broke free from his hand. It flew out of the hall and instantly disappeared into the sky. Everyone was stunned. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be at a loss for what to do. Even the most courageous person would not have thought that the situation would develop into such a situation. The wondrous magic staff had actually slipped away. They had actually slipped away under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Deadly Scholar, where's the magic staff? Someone suddenly couldn't accept this fact and shouted at Yi Shiwen. Everyone had seen that Yi Shiwen was indeed the closest to it at that time. Get lost! Are you blind? Can't you see that the magic staff has flown away? Yi Shiwen said coldly, Life-stealing scholar, you were the closest to it. You're the only one who knows what happened. Many faintly discernible figures surrounded Yi Shiwen. The magic staffs had broken through the space and disappeared. They couldn't catch up with them in time. So, they could only try to break through from Yi Shiwen's side. Scram! Yi Shiwen replied with an ice-cold expression. There was no need for him to stay, since the magic staffs had already flown away. He didn't have much time left. He had to leave the Weapon Emperor Heaven before the crystal wall was completely repaired. Otherwise, he would be trapped here for the rest of his life. He didn't even know if he would be able to leave in another 100,000 years. It definitely has something to do with him, or else he wouldn't be so flustered. Someone shouted in the darkness, only using a primordial spirit to shout, so no one knew who it was. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a figure fell out of the void. His figure was grabbed by the neck by a large hand. He was like a duck that had been grabbed by the neck, unable to move at all. Boom! This figure had been grabbed by Yi Shiwen. He was the one who had tried to provoke conflict between Yi Shiwen and everyone in the darkness. If anyone thinks that I have something to do with the disappearance of the magic staffs, then come and try. I'll see if my fist is harder or your head is harder. Yi Shiwen looked around and said coldly. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Some people thought that Yi Shiwen might know something. After all, he was the closest to the magic staffs at that time. However, they didn't dare to step forward when they saw Yi Shiwen, who looked like a raging beast. After all, everyone knew that the magic staffs had disappeared at that time. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, they didn't have any solid evidence or reason to insist that it was related to Yi Shiwen. They were just angry that Yi Shiwen had almost taken the magic staffs with him. After they calmed down after being threatened by Yi Shiwen's fist, they thought about it carefully. The magic staffs were supreme Dao tools. It was unrealistic for them to want to subdue them. It was normal for them to fly away by themselves. The attack just now was just everyone's unbearable venting after the disappointment in their hearts. They didn't think that this matter had anything to do with Yi Shiwen. It was just that they needed to find a scapegoat after suddenly losing it. If it had fallen into the hands of any of them, they might have been able to seize it by trickery and other means. But now it had flown away. What was going on? However, this scapegoat didn't seem to be a soft persimmon. He couldn't be needed casually. If they wanted to find trouble with Yi Shiwen, they had to see if they had such good teeth. Although the Tool Emperor Pavilion was unwilling, Yuqin Ruiqian was already lying on the ground. The remaining people were no threat to Yi Shiwen. Since the magic staffs have flown away, we shouldn't stay for long. Otherwise, we will be left in the treasure house forever, Yi Shiwen said to the people of the Duanlong clan. Then he took the lead and turned into a stream of light, flying out of the hall. The other masters of the Duanlong clan also followed Yi Shiwen and flew out. Everyone reacted one after another. Since the magic staffs had flown away, they couldn't stay here anymore. Yi Shiwen didn't dare to stay at all. He opened the light wings on his back and flew with all his strength. In almost a few seconds, he had rushed out of the treasure house. The treasure house itself was not that big. It was just that each side hall of the treasure house was a hidden subspace. That was why it took people so long to search. Now he returned along the original path without stopping at all. Naturally, his speed was also faster. After leaving the treasure house, he didn't stop at all. He flew toward the hole in the crystal wall of the Tool Emperor Heaven. The entire Tool Emperor Heaven had a seal left by the Tool Emperor. If he didn't leave through the crystal wall, there was no other way. He kept tearing the space in the Tool Emperor Heaven and shuttled through the space. It was too easy for him. After entering the early stage of immortal level, his understanding of space had almost become instinctive. No wonder it was said that space was an existence that only gods could come into contact with. Rumble. The entire Tool Emperor Heaven was shaking crazily as if it was the end of the world. There were treasure demons running around restlessly everywhere. Not all treasure demons were very clear about the cause of this. Yi Shiwen rushed, but when he arrived at the crack in the crystal wall, he found that there was only a little space left in the entire crack. It was only half a person's body size. Who's there? Yi Shiwen's appearance immediately alerted the treasure demons that were guarding here. Go away. At this time, Yi Shiwen was burning with anxiety. He didn't have the mood to explain to them. He directly blasted the treasure demons away and then rushed out. Boom! The moment he came out, the hole in the entire Tool Emperor Heaven was completely repaired. He couldn't help but feel slightly relieved. Almost. This time it was really almost. He almost died in the Tool Emperor Heaven. This trip was perfect. When he first entered, he was only at the 8th level of Paong Realm. Now he was already in the early stage of immortal level. Although it was not perfect for him, it was already a great improvement. Moreover, it was only a mere 10 years. If there was any imperfection in this perfect journey, it would be watching the magic staff slip away from his hands in the end. Such a loss was enough to make people's hearts ache. Fortunately, he had never obtained it before. Otherwise, it would be the most painful to lose it again. At this moment, Ancient Weapon City was in chaos. This time, tens of thousands of experts from various families had entered. In the end, not even 100 of them managed to return. Only a few of them managed to return. But compared to the scale of tens of thousands of people, this loss was enough to make all the families vomit blood. Among these, only the Hidden Valley was considered to be slightly better. None of the geniuses selected from the deity abyss were missing. Moreover, there were even the monkey and the others who entered the Tao validation realm. It could be said that the harvest was not small. Although the old antiques that were transferred from various places were all annihilated, it was considered to be within an acceptable range. Originally, only 1 in 10 or even 1 in 100 could become a demigod at the peak of the demigod realm. This time, it could be said that they were lucky. The other clans suffered heavy losses, and there were many who were completely annihilated. Only Aoshima escaped from the Dragon Island. It was said that everyone on the Dragon Island went crazy and burned their lifespan to delay the treasure demons in the Tool Emperor Heaven. They escorted Aoshima out of the Tool Emperor Heaven. Even so, Aoshima was seriously injured and would not be able to recover in a short time. This time, the Dragon Island sent a lot of experts. It could be said that they suffered a double loss. In the ancient weapon city, many tyrannical auras erupted. They were all top-notch experts sent by various clans. Facing such a situation that had not changed in a million years, they suddenly panicked. Not only did all of the clans suffer heavy losses, but more importantly, the Tool Emperor Heaven suddenly turned hostile. This was somewhat unexpected. Originally, they used their powerful strength to force the Tool Emperor Heaven to sign this agreement. Who would have thought that the situation would suddenly change and turn hostile? What exactly happened? The remaining hundreds of people were dragged to the ancient weapon city, especially the Tool Emperor Pavilion, which became the most eye-catching existence this time. The other clans had at most 1 or 2 people, and at least one was completely annihilated. Only the team of nearly 10 people from the Tool Emperor Pavilion had all returned. How could it not be eye-catching? Chapter 2292. Amidst the wailing, the Hidden Valleys team seemed very strange, especially since the people who survived were actually from the Hidden Valley's deification abyss. This was even stranger. In the Hidden Valley, there was definitely more than just the deification abyss. It could even be said that the deification abyss was only a place to train newcomers. After cultivating in the deification abyss for a period of time, regardless of the results, it would be divided among the various Hidden Valley branches, including those powerful demigod peak antiques. In fact, they were from the various Hidden Valley branches. Prior to this, no one would have thought that this group of juniors could actually create such a miracle. Not only did they all escape, but there were even some existences who had officially entered the Tao confirming realm. Everyone knew that there was no way to enter the Tao confirming realm in the Weapon Emperor Heaven, but they did it. Moreover, it wasn't just one person, which made everyone even more excited. It just so happened that it happened in such a situation. Therefore, everyone turned their attention to them. However, as Yi Shiwen expected, although they were interrogated by various forces, none of them betrayed Yi Shiwen. After all, they had boarded the pirate ship. If Yi Shiwen hadn't informed them, they would have been dead. However, they didn't tell this news to those antiques, which was already a big deal. Moreover, even if it was for their own sake, they couldn't reveal that they already knew this news in advance. Otherwise, not only would they have to face the attacks of the major branches in the Hidden Valley, but even the other king-conferring sects would also go crazy. Everyone understood the reason, but they had lost so many talents in one go. Many of them even had hopes of entering the Tao confirming realm. How could they calm down? Seeing that they couldn't get any information out of Yi Shiwen, the major forces immediately gave up. After all, they didn't think that this matter had anything to do with them. The sudden change in the Weapon Emperor Heaven wasn't something they could control. Therefore, in their opinion, they were just lucky at most. After all, the Hidden Valley had indeed suffered heavy losses this time. Compared to the other forces, it was only slightly better. Among them, Yi Shiwen was the one who escaped at the last moment. However, he didn't attract too much attention. Although Yi Shiwen alone had suppressed the entire battlefield according to the legend of the surviving hundreds of people, he should have become the focus of all the major forces. But now, no one was in the mood to care about this. Yi Shiwen found the Hidden Valley's base in the ancient Tool City after he came out. Monkey and the others were also there. Ling Fei and the Hidden Dragon also stayed there temporarily and did not leave. Yi Shiwen, I owe you my life this time. The blue-eyed golden toad took a step forward and said, They were the first batch to escape, but even so, they were still attacked by the treasure demons that rushed over. Fortunately, they were already not far from the exit at that time, so they were able to escape successfully. However, there were many people who were more unlucky than them. The Dragon Island was not the only one in such a tragic situation. Many forces tried their best, but were still unable to escape. Many of them were killed by the treasure demon army while they were still in the treasury. Occasionally, a few managed to escape, but in front of the treasure demon army that had been waiting for a long time near the crystal wall, they were unable to fight back at all and were killed. This made these people who escaped first couldn't help but be drenched in cold sweat. If it wasn't for Yi Shiwen, perhaps they would really be dead. If Yi Shiwen didn't let them escape in advance, the chances of breaking through the layers of obstacles with their strength were too small. Although he had some conflicts with Yi Shiwen before, it didn't mean that he didn't have the ability to distinguish at all. Yes, I owe you my life this time. If it wasn't for your news, I'm afraid we would have all been annihilated this time. The 10 absolute saints nodded and said. Yi Shiwen could have not told them, but he still said it. Just this alone made them have nothing to say. The 2 old antiques, who had escaped together with him, also came along. They were drenched in cold sweat. The people who came with them in the same batch had all died. This was the most terrifying thing. Their gratitude towards Yi Shiwen grew day by day. All right, I don't think Yi Shiwen will necessarily listen to these words of gratitude. In short, the future is long. The monkey stood up and said. Everyone nodded one after another. The future was long. There would be plenty of opportunities to return this favor in the future. Especially for the monkey and the others who had achieved Tao, the future was truly long. It should be eternal. Yes, Yi Shiwen, we will follow your lead in the future. We will also listen to you in the future. Someone shouted. Yi Shiwen smiled. Although these people's allegiance was not pure, he had cultivated the first batch of his own people in the Hidden Valley. This business was not a loss. After a short gathering, everyone left one after another. Only Ling Fei and Yin Long were left. Yi Shiwen, I thought you would never come back. Ling Fei patted her proud chest with a look of lingering fear. However, as the saying goes, good people don't live long, while scourges last for 1,000 years. You won't die so easily. Sure enough, it's just as I said. Yi Shiwen. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although he had never considered himself a good person, he had not reached the level of a scourge yet. Yin Long greets the young master. Yin Long said excitedly. There were too many people just now, so he did not greet Yi Shiwen in order to avoid exposing their relationship. However, at this moment he was extremely excited. Although the instrument Emperor Heaven was big, it was like a huge cage. For ordinary creatures, they would not feel that it was small even if they lived for a lifetime. However, for a top expert like him who was about to reach the eternal realm, it was a small birdcage. Now that he was finally free from the shackles of the instrument Emperor Heaven, he was like a fish in the open sea and a bird in the sky. He could finally see the outside world and not be bound to the same place for life. Get up, I don't have so many rules here. Yi Shiwen waved his hand and said, By the way, didn't Yi Wuti come back with you? He did not see Yi Wuti in the crowd, so he felt a little strange. That mutt said that he had an epiphany this time and wanted to go back to practice in seclusion. Therefore, he did not wait for you to come out and told you to look for him at the 9 Saint Mountain when you have time. Ling Fei said, Mutt. Yi Shiwen almost choked on his saliva. He could not help but burst into laughter. How many years had it been? Apart from him back then, there was probably no one who dared to say that Yi Wuti was a mutt. How did you see through his roots? Yi Shiwen said while holding back his laughter. Is it hard to see through? I saw through it at a glance. A strange look appeared in Ling Fei's eyes as she said this. It wasn't her usual light, gray pupils. Instead, it was a 6-pointed star array, and a full moon was hanging above this 6-pointed star array. It looked elegant and demonic at the same time. Hee, I'm amazing, right? This is the unique magical power of our fallen angel clan. It is called the Trial's Eye. No evil can hide from the Trial's Eye. Any concealment is meaningless. Yi Shiwen could not help but be secretly speechless. One must know that he could not see through the wolf cub's body, even if he opened the Eye of Redemption. But now, Ling Fei could see through his body with the help of the Trial's Eye. She was indeed different. However, this did not mean that the Trial's Eye was more powerful than the Eye of Redemption. It could only be said that each had their own strengths. But even so, this Trial's Eye was indeed not ordinary. But he hates it when people mention his body. You couldn't have said it in front of him, right? Yi Shiwen looked at Ling Fei suspiciously and said, I did. Ling Fei said indifferently, Then you didn't fight. Yi Shiwen looked at Ling Fei. Then he looked at Long Yin, who had a bitter smile on his face. He immediately knew the answer. They had probably fought. How could that mongrel be my opponent? He hasn't even confirmed his Dao. I can easily deal with him without any pressure. Ling Fei proudly said. She had already confirmed her Dao, but the wolf cub hadn't. The wolf cub was already comparable to a Dao confirming expert. However, it also depended on what kind of Dao confirming expert it was. Let alone being comparable to a Dao confirming expert, the wolf cub would be depressed to the point of vomiting blood even if it was a Dao confirming expert. An ordinary person couldn't withstand it. However, Ling Fei wasn't an ordinary person either. The little princess of the fallen angel clan also had an extraordinary background. She also had a noble bloodline. Moreover, these two wouldn't submit to anyone except Yi Shiwen. In fact, even Yi Shiwen couldn't do anything to them most of the time. So he had a huge headache. Yi Shiwen hated them very much now that he had bumped into them. Yi Shiwen really hated that he hadn't come back earlier to see such a wonderful scene. He now understood why the wolf cub hadn't even bid farewell to him. It had gone back to do closed-door training because it had comprehended something. According to Yi Shiwen's understanding of the wolf cub, it had probably lost a fight. Moreover, it had lost to a woman. So, it didn't have the face to see Yi Shiwen. Now it had to go back and cultivate properly. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. It would get its revenge sooner or later. He couldn't help but laugh as he thought of that scene. Ling Fei proudly raised her elegant eyebrows. She looked at Yi Shiwen with an expression that seemed to say, Am I very powerful? Hurry up and praise me. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but look at Ling Fei. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, the wolf cub had a fearless temperament. So, only Ling Fei could deal with it apart from Yi Shiwen. Well, you're the most powerful. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but say, Humph, do you think I'm a child? Ling Fei pretended to be disdainful as she said. However, she couldn't hide the proud expression on her small face. This was one of the things she was most proud of. Well, this isn't a place to stay for long. Let's leave first. We'll return to the transforming god Abyss first. Yi Shiwen said. The dragon concealment was Yi Shiwen's subordinate. So, he would naturally follow Yi Shiwen wherever he went. He looked at Ling Fei. I'll certainly follow you. Don't think of leaving me behind. Chapter 2293. No matter how unwilling they were, the weapon emperor, Heaven, had been sealed again. The roars of the major forces could travel very far into the universe, but they could not change the reality this time. The ancient weapon city, which was originally bustling with noise, quickly regained its peace. The people of the major forces did not delay and quickly left. Yi Shiwen also followed the Hidden Valley team and returned to the deification abyss. Although he was anxious to solve the problem of Dao validation, he had not broken through to that point yet. There were still many loose ends in the deification abyss for him to solve. After he returned, he first went to see the Master of Flames. However, it was only a clone of the Master of Flames. It was only then that he found out that the real Master of Flames had been in seclusion for more than 10,000 years. He only left a clone behind to deal with the various matters in the deification abyss. Even so, ordinary people did not have the opportunity to see the Flame Lord. It was just that Yi Shiwen was too special. You have Tao validation? No, there are still flaws. You should not have completely Tao validation. The Flame Lord's eyes were like torches. He almost saw through the obvious flaws in Yi Shiwen's Tao validation at a glance. It did not look like Tao validation. Your eyes are like torches. That's right. Yi Shiwen said, Your situation is strange. The Flame Lord frowned as if he was calculating something. For you to be like this, it should be because you cannot cut off the past. There must be some knot in your heart that cannot be untied. This matter is not easy. It depends on you. Yi Shiwen nodded. No one could help him in this matter. But this time, I asked you to come mainly to understand the situation in the Weapon Emperor Heaven. How much do you know? The Flame Lord's eyes were as sharp as knives as he stared at Yi Shiwen. They all left in advance, so they do not know. And you should have participated in the battle for the treasure house. There is no news at all. Thousands of calculations flashed through Yi Shiwen's mind, and he immediately knew how to answer. He said some things that he could say, but he didn't say that he already knew this matter in advance. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Even the Flame Sovereign wouldn't be able to protect him. After all, this matter was too big. Dozens of old antiques were killed in one go. Although they were all old antiques, they could still be considered as the core powers of the various branches of the Hidden Valley. So that's how it is. No wonder the Equipment Emperor Heaven actually joined forces this time. So it turns out that it's for the sake of the Profundity staff. The Master of Flames sighed and finally understood the reason. If it's because of the Wonder Staff, then it's understandable. If the Wonder Staff is in the deification abyss, we, the Hidden Valley, will never allow the Wonder Staff to be lost, even if we have to fall out with the other forces. Fortunately, the people of the Equipment Emperor Heaven didn't obtain the Wonder Staff. Otherwise, it would only be a matter of time before they broke through the Equipment Emperor's restriction. He didn't lament for too long, but said to Yi Shiwen, Anyway, you have made a great contribution this time. I have already investigated the specific details. There should be a position for you in the second region, and the rewards will be issued later. Thank you, Your Honor. Yi Shiwen cupped his hands and said, However, let me ask you something. Have you ever thought of taking in a few disciples? The Master of Flames asked. Disciples? Yi Shiwen was a little dumbfounded. He was stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't react. Yes, although you can't be considered a complete Tao validation. Ordinary Tao validation experts are no longer a match for you. It can be said that you are already in the upper echelons of the deification abyss. There should be a divine seat for you in the Pantheon Palace. Naturally, it's different from before. For Force, the most important thing is talent and inheritance. I don't think I need to say much. You should also understand. The Master of Flames looked at Yi Shiwen, and his meaning was already very clear. Of course, you don't have to do this, and it won't affect your usual cultivation. After all, you only need to create a clone. I think what you have learned is quite impressive. So naturally, it's time to find a successor. Speaking of disciples, it wasn't that he didn't have any. Leah was his first and only disciple. However, the Master of Flame's words were not unreasonable. Even if he didn't cultivate talents for the deification abyss, he still had to pass on what he had learned, right? It was just that he had always thought that this matter was very far away from him. Suddenly, it was already right in front of him, so he couldn't recover for a while. Your Honor is right. I will take note, said Yi Shiwen. He naturally understood what the Master of Flames meant. The Master of Flames probably had a candidate to recommend to him, but he wasn't someone who would agree casually. The matter of accepting a disciple was very important, and he had to be very careful. If that's the case, then it's fine. The Master of Flames didn't force it and only sighed. Some people's plans were ruined. Yi Shiwen had already proven his Tao at a young age, and it could be said that his future was limitless. In the future, he was expected to enter the Eternal Realm, or even the Higher Sage Realm. In the Hidden Valley, not only were there many people who wanted to rope in Yi Shiwen, but there were also many people who wanted their outstanding juniors to become Yi Shiwen's disciples. If they could learn all of his skills, their future would naturally be limitless. This was also a method to befriend Yi Shiwen, but it was obvious that Yi Shiwen in front of him was not someone who would be easily moved. "Your Honor, in the near future, I may leave the deification abyss for a period of time," said Yi Shiwen. The Master of Flames also knew what Yi Shiwen was talking about, so he didn't say much, and just nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to the Master of Flames, Yi Shiwen directly returned to the Blood Prison to settle the matters of the Sky-bearing Castle. However, when he returned to the Blood Prison, he discovered that the Sky-bearing Castle had actually been destroyed, and the formation that he had left behind previously had also been broken. In front of Yi Shiwen and the other two, it was a mess, and the flames of war were everywhere. It was already in ruins. How is this possible? Yi Shiwen was furious. He had never expected that the Sky-bearing Castle and the Flying Cloud Castle would be completely destroyed. He had once left behind the Ghost Heartfire formation, and even ordinary immortal-level experts could not break through the Ghost Heartfire formation. "Castle Master! Castle Master!" Suddenly, a miserable voice was heard, and a person with disheveled hair and a dirty face flew over and knelt in front of Yi Shiwen. What happened? Yi Shiwen shouted in a stern voice. He remembered that this person was an elder of the Sky-bearing Castle, and he looked completely miserable at this moment. "Castle Master! Not long after you left, the Lord of Victorious Sun City personally came out and led the army that he had nurtured and broke through our 2 fortresses. Castle Master, we are so miserable. You have to take revenge for us." At this moment, this person was screaming miserably. "What, it's really them?" Yi Shiwen's eyes widened in anger. He did not expect that even with all his precautions, he still failed in the end. Before he left, he had already taken many precautions, but he still failed in the end. "Yi Shiwen, is there something fun again?" Ling Fei raised her eyebrows and said, "It seems like there's no way to avoid it." Yi Shiwen said with a gloomy face, "Tell me, what was the situation at that time?" The situation at that time was, "Go to hell." This elder suddenly screamed, and he was completely hysterical. He clawed towards Yi Shiwen's chest, and the terrifying power made the void resound with a strange and mournful laughter. Bang! This claw clawed on Yi Shiwen's chest. However, the bloody scene that he had imagined didn't happen. This claw didn't even scratch Yi Shiwen's chest. "Ka ka ka!" Ah! This elder suddenly screamed, and his entire arm was completely engulfed by the flames. "How is this possible? How is this possible?" That elder looked at Yi Shiwen in disbelief. He couldn't believe that his claw didn't have any effect. The power in this claw has even reached the Tao confirming level. It seems that it shouldn't be your own power, right? Is it the Lord of Victorious Sun City? Yi Shiwen remained motionless, and his facial expression didn't even change. "Impossible! This claw has been firmly grasped. Even a Tao confirming expert will die tragically. How can you be fine?" This elder still couldn't believe it. "Idiot!" Yi Shiwen's expression became increasingly cold, and he felt a slight, lingering fear in his heart. If it was 10 years ago, Yi Shiwen would have been seriously injured, even if he didn't die from this move. It seemed that they had completely planned to deal with him. However, they would never have imagined that his cultivation and strength had undergone earth-shaking changes in the past 10 years. Therefore, the method that they had decided a few years ago was useless against him now. "You want to plot against me? You're still far from it." Yi Shiwen sneered and said, "I'm very sensitive to murderous aura. I found that there was something wrong with you from the beginning. I just wanted to ask a little more. Otherwise, I would have smashed your head with a slap. Tell me, what else did the Lord of victorious Sun City prepare for me? Castle Lord, please spare my life. Castle Lord, please spare my life. This elder kept kowtowing and the ground cracked. If you don't tell me, I'll do it myself. Yi Shiwen directly grabbed this elder, extracted his memory, and used the soul-searching technique to search his memory. After a while, he had already understood everything, and slapped this elder to death. For Yi Shiwen, betrayal was absolutely unforgivable. Yi Shiwen's strength was far superior to this elder. It was not difficult for him to inspect the elder's memory. Soon, he understood what had happened. Just 3 years ago, the Lord of victorious Sun City came out of closed-door training. He led his troops and breached 2 fortresses. He captured all the people in the fortresses and imprisoned them in cages outside victorious Sun City to warn others. And this elder was also a backup plan that the Lord of victorious Sun City had arranged a few years ago. He had waited for Yi Shiwen to return, and then he would be able to kill him directly. It could be said that he had calculated everything. The only thing that he had missed was that Yi Shiwen's strength had undergone earth-shaking changes in such a short time. Let's go to victorious Sun City. Chapter 2294. Shenyang City, as a huge city with a deity presiding over it, had an area of 1,000 miles. Countless living beings came and went. Above the city gate tower, there were over 1,000 cages hanging on the city wall. They were all restricted by many restrictions. Inside the cages, all kinds of creatures showed their original forms. They were constantly roaring in pain, but they could not struggle. Their scapulae were locked by the god's rule chains. Their blood essence would be continuously extracted along the god's rule chains to replenish the energy consumed by the formation of Shenyang City. Their anguished wails continued day and night, piercing through the horizon. This was the most terrifying punishment. They couldn't even die. They could only contribute their own essence blood for all eternity until they knew they were dead. Who are these people? They were actually captured and tortured like this. It's simply worse than death. An outsider asked, not understanding what was going on. You must be new here. You don't even know this. These people are from the Sky-Bearing Castle and the Flying Cloud Castle. However, their castle masters offended our group leader, so they have to suffer here day and night. Someone explained. The outsider couldn't help but gasp. The city lord of Shenyang City was undoubtedly a deity. However, the castle masters of the Flying Cloud Castle and the Sky-Bearing Castle were also considered top-notch figures. For them, a deity-level figure was no different from a celestial being in heaven. It was like an ordinary person offending a big shot of the Central Political Bureau. This was the feeling, not to mention whether or not to offend someone of that level. Even if one wanted to offend someone of that level, one would have to have the opportunity to do so. Would it be easy to offend a big shot of that level? What exactly did their city lord do to incur the wrath of the heavens? The outsider asked. Ordinary matters would not be able to disturb the existence of the doctrine-proving realm. He killed the most beloved son of the city, lord of Shenyang City. The outsider suddenly understood. No wonder the city, lord of Shenyang City, was furious. Ordinary matters would not be able to shake a powerful existence like the city lord. Suddenly, while everyone was still discussing, an extremely huge and terrifying sword radiance fell from the sky and instantly slashed across the city wall. Rumble! There was a violent explosion as the sword light slashed across the city wall. The wall, which was thousands of feet tall, was cut off by hundreds of feet. The part that was cut off also slowly slid down to the ground amidst the cries of alarm, raising a lot of dust. The thousands of cages also fell down, smashing into the ground one after another. Bang! 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 The cages that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms exploded with loud noises. These people who had been tormented by pain for several years and were already numb to it, finally came to their senses at this moment. Something big had happened, something they had never expected. Amidst the exclamations and clamor, a slender figure slowly walked over from the main road. It seemed slow, but it was actually fast. Not long after, it had already arrived at the city gate. At this time, the city gate was already in a mess. No one thought that someone would dare to cause trouble in this city guarded by a deity. At this moment, a group of patrolling soldiers appeared at the city gate. They had just recovered from the shock just now. Every one of them was different. They all had brilliant horns on their heads. It seemed that every one of them was a very powerful alien race. Every one of them had crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Now they had become patrolling soldiers. The foundation of Xinjiang City could be seen from this. Without any superfluous words, the captain of the patrolling soldiers launched an attack on Yishuan. This person came with ill intentions. He could distinguish Yi Shiwen's hostility. Moreover, with their domineering attitude, they killed the wrong person. What else could they do? This attack fell on Yi Shiwen's body, but it could not shake him at all. It could not even make his expression change, slightly. Be careful, this person is extraordinary. The voice of the captain of the 8th level of Paong realm had not yet faded when he saw a long sword appear in Yi Shiwen's hand. It cut through the void, and a terrifying sword key directly swept out and fell on the captain's body. Puchi! Blood splattered out. The blood spurted far away. Yi Shiwen cut off his neck on the spot. He died immediately. Inform the higher-ups. In the face of Yi Shiwen's terror, none of these people showed fear. They even shouted loudly to attract other companions. Clang! Yi Shiwen's long sword shot out in all directions. It was as if the sword had drawn out a Milky Way, suppressing all directions. Puchi! 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 These people, in an instant, all turned into flying ash. They turned into blood foam and floated in the air. The blazing light covered half of the sky, causing countless people at the city gate to be completely shocked. The blood was exceptionally dazzling in this blazing light. When it landed on the weeds on the side of the road, a bloody aura filled the air, causing it to look extraordinary. This person, who is this person? Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. He was too powerful. In the outside world, a demigod expert was enough to rule over a small world. Moreover, this group of patrolling soldiers were all demigods, but they had been instantly killed by his sword. There had been no hesitation at all. It had been a clean and efficient kill. The blood seemed to have awakened these people who were locked in the cage. When they saw the person in front of them, they suddenly had a look of disbelief on their faces. Castle Lord, it's the Castle Lord. I'm not dreaming, right? It's the Castle Lord. More and more voices woke up. It was as if they had woken up from a long nightmare. This nightmare had lasted for several years, and they were finally waking up. Their voices were hoarse and dry, as if they had never spoken in their lives. Sorry, I'm late. Yi Shiwen's voice was a little gloomy. These people did not surrender. They were loyal to him. No matter why they did not surrender or did not have the opportunity to surrender, it was not important to him. Whoosh! A sword light flashed, and an unknown metal cage was chopped into powder. In front of Yi Shiwen, this cage was as ridiculous as a piece of paper. The complexions of many people in the distance froze. The person in front of them was like a devil. The demigods were as funny as clowns in his eyes. These demigods had gone through the baptism of blood. They had outstanding military exploits, but now they had been cut down like weeds. Some people had been talking wantonly a moment ago, but now it seemed as if they had been grabbed by the neck. They were speechless and kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to be disrespectful. At this time, many people suddenly remembered what these prisoners had called this person a moment ago. Castle Lord? Could this person be the legendary person who had offended the Shenyang City Lord and had destroyed 2 fortresses in a fit of anger? This person could be regarded as a legendary figure. The Shenyang city lord had not been dispatched for many years, but now he had broken his rule because of this person. One could imagine that this person was not someone they could casually provoke. Bang! 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 The sword in Yi Shiwen's hand had already been brandished, leaving after images. A loud sound was heard as these cages were smashed one after another. However, these people from the Flying Cloud Castle and the Sky-Bearing Castle had been imprisoned for too long. A lot of their blood essence had been sucked out. They didn't even have the strength to crawl up. Quick! Yi Shiwen pinched a technique. A faintly discernible cry of a phoenix resounded in his body. A golden light soared into the sky. Then it turned into a golden rain that sprinkled down from the sky. Then, what surprised everyone was that these people who had been tortured to the point that they were half dead were actually recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. These people suddenly discovered that their injuries had actually healed. In fact, they were recovering at an astonishing speed. They couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, We've actually recovered." They looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't believe it. All of this was like a dream. The torture of these past few years was just a dream. They didn't have a single wound left on them. In fact, they even faintly felt that they had become stronger. Castle Lord, subordinate Jin Buhuan greets the Castle Lord. A figure tumbled and crawled to Yi Shiwen's side. It was Jin Buhuan. At this time, although Jin Buhuan had been healed by Yi Shiwen, he still looked very embarrassed. Tears streamed down his face. He thought that he would never see Yi Shiwen again. He didn't expect that he would be able to hold on until Yi Shiwen returned. He was the one with the toughest bones this time. He believed that Yi Shiwen would return sooner or later. Such an outstanding person was definitely not someone to be trifled with. In the future, he wouldn't be inferior to the Shenyang city lord. If Yi Shiwen returned, he would see their betrayal. If they were chosen by a future god, it was almost a dead end for them. Subordinate is incompetent. The Flying Cloud Castle and the Sky-Bearing Castle were breached. Jin Buhuan gritted his teeth in hatred. Yi Shiwen usually didn't manage things. The Flying Cloud Castle and the Sky-Bearing Castle were almost handed over to him to manage. Now that they were breached, he couldn't escape the blame. "It's nothing. This matter has nothing to do with you," said Yi Shiwen. "Get up. Today I'm here to seek justice. I want everyone to understand that my people aren't that easy to deal with." The scene was dead silent. Previously, when they were just captured, many people were discussing about the legendary castle lord. However, when they faced him in person, they could feel how terrifying the pressure was. The sword in Yi Shiwen's hand was still dripping with blood. It looked extremely bloody. "Shenyang City Lord, aren't you looking for me? Why aren't you coming out now? You don't need to send some small fries out. They aren't my opponents," said Yi Shiwen coldly. Yi Shiwen's tone was calm and natural. It showed that he was extremely confident. "Humph, a junior dares to be presumptuous in front of me." Chapter 2295. A tall and stalwart figure emerged from the void. It was the aura of a deity, and it was incomparably heroic. "You're just an old thief." Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "If I can't even kill you, how can I be invincible?" Everyone seemed to be frightened by Yi Shiwen's words and held their breath. They felt a suffocating pressure. They couldn't imagine that someone would dare to be so arrogant in the face of a deity. What was a deity? A deity was an eternal and immortal existence. They were incomparably tyrannical existences. Ordinary people even had to be careful when mentioning the name of a deity, because even if an ordinary person mentioned a deity at the ends of the earth, he would be able to sense it. This was the supreme power of a deity. "Humph, I think you're too complacent. You're here today and you still want to leave?" Suddenly, two incomparably old figures appeared next to the lord of Victoria's Sun City. It was unknown what race they were from, but their bodies exuded a kind of heart-palpitating aura. This kind of aura made people feel suffocated and even difficult to breathe. This kind of aura even made ordinary people feel a kind of divine coercion. In particular, Jin Buhuan's expression suddenly changed. This was because he remembered very clearly that after the outermost layer of the formation that Yi Shiwen had left behind had been broken, these two old fellows had easily destroyed the defensive formations of the Sky Fortress and the Flying Cloud Fortress. This method was almost comparable to that of a deity, and it possessed a terrifying power that ordinary people could not imagine. Castle Lord, be careful. These two old guys are not easy to deal with, he quickly reminded. At this time, Yi Shiwen was their only savior, so they had to be careful. Yi Shiwen raised the corner of his mouth. He could see through the cultivation of these two old guys at a glance. They were actually comparable to the existence of Tao confirmation. The Lord of Victoria's Sun City could actually recruit experts of this level. Obviously, his methods were extraordinary, and he was indeed not an ordinary person. I couldn't kill you before, but now I can make up for that regret and kill you, the two old guys said coldly. Those who dare to provoke our Victoria's Sun City are basically like this. Have we been sleeping for too long that you newcomers dare to provoke the dignity of Victoria's Sun City? Whoosh! These two old bastards rushed forward with earth-shattering might. They wanted to cripple Yi Shiwen in one go. Their bodies swelled up like two prehistoric monsters. They were incomparably terrifying. Their entire bodies were covered in purple scales that emitted a strange radiance under the sunlight. These two incomparably terrifying divinities almost traversed the void with their physical bodies. Although they were old, their combat power was outstanding. Coupled with their experience, they were not the slightest bit weaker than when they were at their peak. With just the two of you? Scram! Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and golden divine power seeped out from the gaps of his fingers. Then he blasted it out in an instant. His golden vitality blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The human Tao fist blasted out with boundless ferocity. It directly transformed into an incomparably terrifying human Tao world that pressed down. Before the power of such a fist, all resistance seemed so childish, so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Bang! Yi Shiwen blasted on the bodies of these two people. All the attacks of these two people were instantly crushed under the suppression of the human Tao world that Yi Shiwen blasted out. Then the human Tao world pressed down on their bodies. Puff! Puff! Both of them spurted out a mouthful of almost pure golden blood. Then their bodies were sent flying upside down. All the bones in their bodies had been shattered by Yi Shiwen's punch. Their bodies had disintegrated in the void, and their blood mist had turned into mist and drifted away. One punch. Just one punch. These two old bastards who were comparable to Tao validation were killed by Yi Shiwen without any ability to resist. Even Yi Shiwen's bottom line was not tested. He just couldn't help but sneer. Although the combat power of these two old bastards was comparable to Tao validation, they had obviously passed their peak and entered the angel decay stage 5. Their combat power was much worse than when they were at their peak. In the Tool Emperor heaven, all the people he encountered were stronger than these two old bastards. Even Broken Dragon Wuming was far above these two old bastards. He was not Yi Shiwen's opponent at all. Among the experts who were comparable to Tao validation, these two old bastards were basically at the bottom. Compared to Yi Shiwen, who was in the prime of his life, wasn't it courting death? As the saying goes, the fist is afraid of the young and strong. Golden divine power surged out from his body, and the divine coercion swept out. Yi Shiwen walked towards the city, Lord of Shenyang City, step by step. He has also reached Tao validation? Someone exclaimed in a trembling voice. Tao validation and non-Tao validation were two complete extremes and had two completely different statuses. even if they were comparable to Tao validation and their combat power was no less than Tao validation experts. Their status was completely different from Tao validation experts. In the Hidden Valley, Tao validation experts were high-level personnel, while non-Tao validation experts were comparable to Tao validation experts. At most, they were middle-level personnel. The difference in status between them was like heaven and earth. Therefore, many people exclaimed, if Yi Shiwen was also a god, then the situation would be completely different. Gods, this was a war of gods. It was not a legendary war of gods that they could get involved in. The most surprised were the many experts of the Sky-Bearing Castle and the Flying Cloud Castle. Their castle lord had become stronger. He had actually reached Tao validation. They were the most clear about Yi Shiwen's background. He was just a newcomer who had just entered the deity transformation abyss for a few decades. He had actually reached Tao validation. What kind of situation was this? But then there was a burst of ecstasy. The future of following a peak demigod and following a Tao validation castle lord was completely different. Gods existed for eternity. As long as they didn't die, their sky-bearing fortress and flying cloud fortress would be able to exist for eternity. Their status in the blood prison was completely different. They might have the opportunity to enter Tao validation. They had a reason to be completely excited. I didn't expect you to have reached Tao validation. Sure enough, you have released the tiger back to the mountain. The Lord of Victorious Sun City squinted his eyes and said with overflowing killing intent. I said, don't send some minions out. For me, they are useless. Yi Shiwen said, coldly, approaching step by step. They are just too trash. So what if they are dead? The Lord of Victorious Sun City said indifferently. His heart was as cold as stone. The death of two extremely important subordinates did not move him at all. I don't care at all that these two trash are dead. When the time comes, as long as you are controlled by me, you can match 10 of such trash. The Lord of Victorious Sun City said slowly. His idea was to take Yi Shiwen under his command. As long as he had such a battle general in his hands, he could match 10 of such trash. As for Yi Shiwen not being convinced, he would beat him until he was convinced. What else could he do? How cold! Yi Shiwen said with narrowed eyes. Obviously, the Lord of Victorious Sun City's coldness was far beyond his imagination. Was a heart of stone a necessary condition for achieving great things? Yi Shiwen did not think so. If you want to control me, then let's see if you have the ability to do so. Humph, then come and try. The city lord of Victorious Sun City finally made his move. Above his head, an incomparably huge city was floating up and down. Judging from its appearance, wasn't it the current Victorious Sun City? He had actually refined the Victorious Sun City into an instrument, using the power of countless people to suppress his opponent. He was indeed a very difficult fellow to deal with. One by one, the power of the mortal world fell down and protected him. Boom! The complexion of the Lord of Shenyang City was cold and callous. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Yi Shiwen. He directly blasted a punch, and the fist lights flickered, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It was deafening and layer after layer, just like the endless waves of the sea. It gave people a terrible feeling of death. The powerful fist force blotted out the sky and the earth. This fist force turned into bursts of signs of the Great Way, inscribed with the traces of the Great Way. The fluctuations were like a great river blotting out the sky and the earth. Everyone felt a kind of horrifying pressure falling down from the sky and the earth. They could not help but feel incomparably terrified. In an instant, it made people feel like kneeling down. This was the coercion that belonged to the gods. People who had not yet entered the Tao confirming realm would inevitably feel inferior when facing the real masters of the gods. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Yi Shiwen was not in a hurry. The faint shadow of the enlightening mind ancient tree emerged behind him. It looked solemn and dignified. He pinched a seal with both hands, which directly turned into the overturning the sky seal and smashed down. As soon as the overturning the sky seal moved, the world seemed to turn upside down. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. This was also in existence with the means of a deity. Compared to the city, Lord of Shenyang City, this was in no way inferior. Under the confrontation of these two powerful experts, everyone clearly felt an unimaginable pressure sweeping down, and even the void was shattered. They had no choice but to kneel down and use all their strength to resist the coercion of both sides. Bang! The two sides collided together. The world shook. With the place where the two of them fought as the core, an unimaginable coercion spread out. The spiritual energy billowed, and the spiritual power was monstrous. It ran through the 9 heavens. The two sides fought, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. Roar! A bit of horror flashed in the eyes of the Lord of Victorious Sun City. He could not do anything to Yi Shiwen. He immediately let out a long roar. Behind him, the Victorious Sun City faintly emerged. He wanted to use the accumulated power of the mortal world of the Victorious Sun City to deal with his opponent. Yi Shiwen was not to be outdone. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. Divine power surged out from the gaps of his fingers and turned into the power of the mortal world. It instantly condensed into a city of the human race. This city was incomparably huge. It was even bigger than a world. It went toe-to-toe with the Victorious Sun City above the head of the Lord of Victorious Sun City. Rumble! There was a violent collision. Chapter 2296. Rumble! There was a fierce collision. The two cities collided in the void as if it was the end of the world. If it was not the end of the world, how could the two cities collide? The powerful strength of the Shenyang city governor, who had reached the advanced immortal level, was fully displayed at this moment. Yi Shiwen finally understood why the ghost heart fire formation that he had set up could be broken. It was because the ghost heart fire formation that he had set up could only deal with ordinary Tao validation experts at most. However, the Shenyang city governor had obviously surpassed the ranks of ordinary Tao validation experts. An expert in the advanced immortal level could naturally break his ghost heart fire formation. He had never expected the Shenyang city governor to be so powerful because there was no information at all. Although the sky-bearing fortress and the flying cloud fortress had some information about the Shenyang city, the Shenyang city governor had obviously surpassed the ranks of ordinary Tao validation experts. However, to a demigod, the strength of a god was almost the same. There was no way to find out how strong the city lord of Victorious Sun City had become. This was also the biggest oversight in his plan, which led to the situation today. However, in the face of powerful strength, even the best plan was useless. It was useless even if he had stayed at that time. If it were not for the continuous adventures in the Equipment Royal Heaven, it was absolutely impossible for him to defeat the Shenyang city governor. Rumble! Yi Shiwen's cultivation level was obviously higher. His world had directly crushed the Shenyang city. The Shenyang city governor became even more ferocious after the first move failed. He looked up to the sky and roared even more fiercely. He attacked Yi Shiwen with another punch. The endless power of the mortal world could even distort time. To a certain extent, this move was similar to the human Tao fist. It could even be said that the essence and core were similar. However, compared to the human Tao fist, the Shenyang city governor's unique skill was undoubtedly much weaker. The Shenyang city governor's entire body was filled with a kind of dazzling light. The light soared into the sky and went up tens of thousands of feet. This punch was extremely tyrannical. It carried the power of the mortal world formed by the thoughts of countless people and moved forward with indomitable will. Yi Shiwen did not give in. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and the golden fist, force, rushed out. He did not dodge and directly went forward. Rumble! It was another earth-shattering collision. The powerful force formed an incomparably terrifying spatial storm, shredding everything into fragments. with the location where the two of them fought as the center. The spatial storm swept out in all directions. Everyone retreated, not daring to get close. The defense of Shenyang City was automatically activated. The destructive power of this level had exceeded the limit of what it could withstand, so it had to automatically activate the defense array. Such a terrifying combat power made everyone gasp involuntarily. Puff! A large amount of blood mixed in the energy storm and sprinkled out. Some of it even splashed onto Zhong Ruigan's face. Everyone couldn't help but take a closer look. They saw that the city lord of Victorious Sun City's face was deathly pale and his whole body was convulsing. His entire arm hung limply, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. It was obvious that this blow had already determined the outcome of the battle. The city lord of Victorious Sun City, who had been favored by everyone, was now at a complete disadvantage. In fact, he was at a complete disadvantage in terms of physical strength. This far exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the craziest person would not have thought that such a situation would occur. Just what kind of physique did this person have? How could he be so tyrannical? In their opinion, there was no difference in strength between divine shells. The only difference was that they were born in their mother's bodies. Yi Shiwen's physique became the focus of everyone's investigation. Many people had already seen that Yi Shiwen was a rare member of the human race in the deity Transformation Abyss. The human race was one of the most famous races in the universe. No one knew how many terrifying physiques they had, but it seemed that none of them could compare to Yi Shiwen's physique. He had never even heard of it before. However, the city lord of Victorious Sun City was inexplicably shocked compared to them. After all, they weren't clear about it. However, how could he not be clear about it? Yi Shiwen's realm was at most at the Tao confirmation realm. However, his strength was ridiculously strong. At the beginning of the immortal level, he was able to destroy his arm with just one punch. What was his body made of? Was it really made of molten iron? His subconscious gave birth to a sense of danger. Yi Shiwen was merciless. Almost in an instant, he rushed forward again. He turned his hand, and another overturning sky seal was formed. Like a golden cliff, it slammed down with earth-shattering power. Bang! A dull, thunder-like collision sound was heard. Yi Shiwen and the city lord of Victorious Sun City collided again. This time, the city lord of Victorious Sun City didn't dare to be careless anymore. He didn't dare to fight with Yi Shiwen with only his physical strength. He could only crush Yi Shiwen with his powerful strength. This was his biggest advantage. He had no reason to ignore this advantage. Moreover, he had been beaten by Yi Shiwen. He had suffered enough. He didn't even allow Yi Shiwen to get close to him. In other words, he didn't dare to fight with Yi Shiwen in close combat anymore. Boom! 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 Yi Shiwen's offensive momentum swept down like an avalanche. It shook the mountains and rivers. Countless golden divine powers swept out and smashed everything. The city lord of Victorious Sun City was defeated again and again. Roar! The lord of Victorious Sun City let out a long and loud shout. His body's injuries had already recovered to their original state. His hand that had been crippled by Yi Shiwen had also been restored to its original state. Yi Shiwen, what can you do to me? The city lord of Victorious Sun City laughed proudly. He didn't know when it started. For the city lord of Victorious Sun City, even if Yi Shiwen couldn't do anything to him, it was already a very proud thing. So what if it's recovered? Watch me beat him up again. Yi Shiwen didn't care. His qi and blood were surging like thunder. The sound of waves was heard. His offensive formed a burst of violent waves, bombarding towards Yi Shiwen. The city lord of Victorious Sun City was completely at a disadvantage. Suddenly, there was a burst of golden light on his body. Then, the shouts of countless people in the city of Victorious Sun City above his head were exposed. The terrifying sound was that it made people dizzy. This was his secret weapon. It could make people collapse with the mortal qi. Even an ordinary Tao-confirming expert might be finished on the spot if he was hit by this mortal qi. Gods could look down on all living beings. But when the power of all living beings gathered together, even gods could only face a dead end. However, this shock wave rushed into Yi Xuan's mind and was instantly fixed by the Mingxin ancient tree. It couldn't affect Yi Xuan's mind at all. Yi Xuan shouted, "Get out of my way!" His big hand directly tore the divine claw of judgment. In an instant, all the power of the mortal qi was smashed. It couldn't affect him at all. Then he directly bombarded towards the city lord of victorious Sun City. Above the Xinyang city, the evil aura of the mortal world was released, impacting thousands of sound waves, and then the entire city began to spin. Then, these evil auras of the mortal world instantly turned into a torrent, like the sword qi of the mortal world, directly slashing towards Yi Xuan. Although the city lord of victorious Sun City was at a disadvantage, he also had many trump cards. It was absolutely impossible for him to be captured without putting up a fight. If an ordinary person encountered these kinds of tricks, they would probably suffer a great loss. However, Yi Xuan didn't care. He directly ignored the mortal qi. Wasn't it stupid to want to attack his mind? Behind him, the enlightening mind ancient tree instantly flew out and then suppressed him. All the evil energies of the mortal world couldn't affect Yi Xuan in the slightest. The vast ocean-like evil energies of the mortal world were instantly suppressed. The lord of Xinyang city turned pale with fright. This was obviously an unimaginable divine object. Even with his knowledge and experience, he immediately recognized it. This was actually the enlightening mind ancient tree. This kind of divine object, even for him, was a legendary thing. And this Yi, she actually possessed an enlightening mind ancient tree. Bang! Yi Xuan's overturning sky seal directly hit the body of the city lord of victorious Sun City. The city lord of victorious Sun City screamed. His whole body trembled on the spot. It was unknown how many bones in his body were broken. He spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Each drop was as heavy as 1,000 caddies, and each drop could form a large lake. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body was fiercely blasted out and directly crashed into a distant mountain peak. He constantly struggled to get up and constantly operated his martial power to repair his divine shell. The city lord of victorious Sun City, which he had painstakingly condensed for countless years, had been completely defeated by Yi Xuan. The mortal qi was the foundation of the city lord of victorious Sun City, and now it was completely defeated. The purpose of building the city lord of victorious Sun City was actually to collect this mortal qi. The power of the mortal world not only contained the power of the mortal world, but also the wishes of all living beings. It also included the mortal qi. All the negative thoughts of all living beings were all concentrated in it. It was even more advantageous to use it to attack. As long as the city lord of victorious Sun City was not destroyed, he could continuously obtain the mortal qi and thus be in an invincible position. Who would have thought that it would be so easily defeated by Yi Xuan? Moreover, it could no longer condense again. From this, it could be seen that although his magical power was somewhat similar to the People Dao Fist, but in essence, it was still far inferior to the People Dao Fist. Countless creatures in the city, lord of victorious Sun City, suddenly turned pale. They were also affected and spat out a mouthful of blood. Their mortal qi had been used by the city lord of victorious Sun City. At this time, they were naturally implicated and suffered serious injuries. Yi Xuan took a step forward and chased after the city lord of victorious Sun City. His golden vitality pervaded the world. It was so powerful that it almost made people unable to breathe. No matter how far they stood, they could feel a powerful aura. Boom! Yi Xuan's hand broke the sky. The overturning sky seal fell down, and the city lord of victorious Sun City died on the spot. Chapter 2297. Once Tao validation was achieved, everything was in his hands. The Shenyang city lord's strength was extremely strong, but Yi Shiwen's strength was also stronger than his. Yi Shiwen was strong enough to defeat all the masters in the late stage of the immortality realm. Throughout the entire battle, Yi Shiwen did not have the upper hand at all. The whole city was as silent as a cicada in winter. The fall of a deity could be said to be earth-shattering. Unlike those half-step Tao confirming existences, this was a true Tao confirming existence. Even if it was in the blood prison, the fall was still a big trouble, a big trouble. Yi Shiwen was steady, accurate, and ruthless. He did not give the slightest chance to escape. At the same time, hundreds of people in the city suddenly vomited blood and stopped leveling up at the same time. They were probably the contract slaves of the Shenyang city lord. After the death of the Shenyang city lord, they naturally had to die with him. With the death of the Shenyang city lord, the entire Shenyang city would also change to a new master. In the blood prison, this was a very common thing. The law of the jungle was vividly reflected here. Yi Shiwen, who won, naturally became the new master of Shenyang city. After a short period of panic, the experts in Shenyang city had already accepted this fact. As for the most loyal supporters of the city lord of Shenyang city, they had either committed suicide or had been implicated by the city lord of Shenyang city. Even if there were survivors, it was not enough to pose a threat to a god. In front of a god, a demigod was too weak. Even the two demigods who were comparable to Tao validation could be killed by Yi Shiwen with just one punch. Any kind of resistance was meaningless in the face of real strength. The sudden death of the Shenyang city lord had also attracted the attention and uneasiness of many gods in the nearby vast area. It was normal for the war between gods to last for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. On the contrary, it was abnormal for a god to die in such a short period of time because of conflict. More importantly, this meant that Yi Shiwen already had the means to kill a god, which threatened the existence of these gods. This made the gods who had been stable for many years a little restless and restless. Many stern questions were sent over. Although they didn't say much about the deceased lord of Victoria's Sun City, many gods sent notes expressing their serious concern. Yi Shiwen realized that there were so many gods in the blood prison after he had reached this level. This was because of the difference in levels. Originally, it wouldn't have been easy for him to come in contact with the gods with his demigod strength. Now that he had reached the Tao validation realm, everything was completely different. However, when one thought about it, it made sense. Gods were eternal and indestructible. Unless they encountered such unlucky times, they would be able to exist for eternity. Under such circumstances, no one would know how many gods had accumulated over the years. However, these gods did not usually appear, so not many people knew about them. In many worlds, gods had become a kind of teaching. Yi Shiwen rejected all these inquiries. He was too lazy to negotiate with these gods. He was not in the mood either. He directly asked the hidden dragon to come over and preside over the matters of entering Shenyang city. Although the hidden dragon's strength was not as good as Yi Shiwen's, it was not inferior to the lord of Victoria's Sun City. It was naturally the best for him to preside over Shenyang city. In addition, he originally ruled a tribe. Therefore, this kind of thing was simply a piece of cake for him. With the hidden dragon presiding over and dispatching all parties to suppress the trusted aides of the lord of Victoria's Sun City, Victoria's Sun City was easily brought under Yi Shiwen's control and slowly stabilized. Yi Shiwen also maintained restraint after taking control of the Shenyang city. He didn't expand his territory. Therefore, those gods who had expressed their concern about this matter also withdrew their gazes one after another. If a god had fallen outside, then it would have caused a sensation. Moreover, it was a big shot like the lord of Shenyang city. The resources needed to cultivate a god were simply astronomical figures. It was unimaginable. Moreover, it was not something that could be achieved with just resources. Many top geniuses consumed countless resources. Coupled with their innate talents, they cultivated to the peak of demigod in a short period of time. However, they were stuck there and could not make any progress for the rest of their lives. Such a thing was too common. The gods were immortal. Therefore, they were the true backbone forces that maintain the inheritance of a sect. Losing one of them would hurt the sect's vitality. However, it was different in the blood prison. There was no order in this place. It was opened for the purpose of exiling criminals and honing talents. Anything that happened here was considered normal. Yi Shiwen knew that it was impossible for the victorious Sun City to be alone. Perhaps there were also factions behind it. There were all kinds of complicated relationships in the Hidden Valley. So, it was difficult to sort them out in a short time. He knew that the Hidden Valley was divided into 7 branches, as far as he knew. It was said that the Hidden Valley was founded by 7 king-level powerhouses, and the inheritance they passed down was the largest branch of the Hidden Valley. However, these were distant legends. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years had passed since the establishment of the Hidden Valley. Many things had been covered by the dust of history. The 7 legendary king-level powerhouses had never been seen again. Everyone knew that the Hidden Valley was currently the supreme ruler and manager of the God-transforming abyss. He was the Flame Lord. The Flame Lord had been in charge of many affairs in the Hidden Valley since tens of thousands of years ago. Therefore, many people believed that the so-called 7 king-level powerhouses did not exist. The actual master of the Hidden Valley was the Flame Lord. No one knew whether these rumors were true or false. Only the old monsters that had survived from that era could know whether they were true or false. Otherwise, no one would know whether they were true or false. Moreover, Yi Shiwen felt that his level was too low. Therefore, many things could only be regarded as rumors. He couldn't see through them. He faintly realized that he couldn't be as indifferent as he had been when he was still a demigod, when he had started to prove his Tao. That was because he was still too weak at that time. So, no one would pay attention to him at all. However, this matter wasn't his top priority at the moment. How to fulfill the wishes of his previous life and how to solve the loopholes in his Tao were the top priorities. A month later, when all the big and small matters in Xinyang City had been handled properly, he left Hidden Dragon behind and returned to the Xian world with Ling Fei. In the Xian world, with the help of the experts from the Sky-Bearing Fortress and the Flying Cloud Fortress that Yi Shiwen had left behind, the human race had become the overlord of the Xian world. They dominated the Xian world with the power of a single race. However, Yi Shiwen's return did not alarm anyone in the Xian world. He only went to the Dead Soul Abyss. There hadn't been any Dead Soul frenzy in this place for a long time. It seemed to be controlled by some power. The outside was also wrapped by a layer of powerful barrier formation. There was no sign that it was going to appear. However, the more Yi Shiwen's cultivation increased, the more he could feel the terrifying power contained in it. This terrifying power should have come from the Lord of Dead Spirits. Yi Shiwen had only seen the Lord of Flame possessing such power apart from the Lord of Dead Spirits. Yi Qianqian hadn't completed the inheritance of the Dead Soul Lord. Yi Shiwen sighed. Now his old friends had fallen apart. Yi Mo and Hua Minghan's status was unknown. Yi Qianqian seemed to still be accepting the inheritance of the Dead Soul Lord and hadn't come out yet. The wolf cub also disappeared from time to time. However, he didn't feel melancholy for long. He left quietly, just like how he came quietly. He directly set foot on the road to the Heaven Realm. He had been longing for this base camp of the human race in the myriad heavens for a long time. The importance of the Heaven Realm to the human race was similar to the importance of the Devil Realm to the demon race. In the past, Qin Lai had invited him several times. However, he didn't go at that time due to various reasons. This time he had no choice but to go. He wanted to find the world of his previous life. Perhaps it had an important connection with the Heaven Realm. Although the Heaven Realm was far away, it wasn't difficult for him who had already confirmed his Tao. Moreover, he could obtain the coordinates of the Heaven Realm from the Hidden Valley. This wasn't difficult for him at all. Yi Xuan flew at full speed. He was shuttling between worlds. Ling Fei couldn't keep up with Yi Xuan's speed. She could only hold his waist tightly. Then she gritted her teeth and complained that Yi Xuan was flying so fast. Was he rushing to reincarnate? Yi Xuan didn't have the mood to enjoy the soft and warm fragrance in his arms. His desire for his hometown pushed him to fly towards the heaven realm. He flew at full speed for a month. Then he finally touched the outline of the heaven realm. In the universe, it was an incomparably huge world of light. The light wheel that spread out was unknown how many light years away. It was very thick. The strong crystal wall isolated the possibility of other forces entering. However, it wasn't a big problem for someone as strong as Yi Xuan to enter. Although it took him a lot of effort, he still broke into the heaven realm easily. Yi Xuan had just broken into the heaven realm when he suddenly felt the surging power of the mortal world assaulting his face. It was repelling all foreign species. Fortunately, he was still a human, so he only felt a burst of suffocation. However, Ling Fei was in a miserable state. She was instantly hit hard by the power of the mortal world. This was the power of the world. The more powerful the world was, the more powerful the power of the world was, and the greater the repelling force of the outsiders. A world like the Tool Emperor Heaven's repelling force was terrifyingly strong. Moreover, the stronger one's strength was, the stronger the backlash would be. The heaven realm was the base camp of the human race among the 10,000 worlds in the heavens. Countless human races' power of hope was concentrated in the heaven realm. Ordinary people couldn't feel it. However, Yi Xuan had entered through unconventional means, so he would naturally suffer a powerful backlash. He was a human, so he could endure the backlash. However, Ling Fei couldn't. She couldn't endure it even if she had already confirmed her Tao. She was hit hard in an instant. Yi Xuan had no choice but to let her hide in the heavenly source mirror to recuperate. Then he fell down alone. Chapter 2298. In the heaven realm dominated by the human race, the rejection of foreign species was particularly strong. However, Yi Xuan did not flaunt it. In the heaven realm, there were many experts, perhaps even more than in the Hidden Valley. The first priority was to find Qinlai. In the heaven realm, he only knew Qinlai, and the only clue was Wuzong. The heaven realm was densely populated. Yi Xuan only walked for 100 miles before he saw a huge city. Kaitai City. Millions of people were nothing. Whether it was the Xian world or the desolate era, a bigger city could be found in minutes. However, above the city, there was a surging mortal world. Any demon that dared to approach here would be burned to death by the surging mortal world qi. Ordinary people could not see this surging mortal world qi, but for people like Yi Xuan, even if he did not open his heaven's eye, he could still see it clearly. Yi Xuan glanced around and saw that in Kaitai City, even the common people were proficient in martial arts. Even a 5- or 6-year-old child was at the peak of the Hotian realm. It was a flourishing era of martial arts. The Zhanwujia, where Yi Xuan was, could not be compared to this place. Surprisingly, everyone learned martial arts, unlike the Zhanwujia, where only the outstanding people were taught martial arts. No wonder there were so many experts in the heaven realm. Generally speaking, the larger the base, the more experts would appear. Whether it was the ancient era or the Xian world, there was no such strong atmosphere. No wonder the secular qi was so powerful. To put it bluntly, the secular qi was composed of people's power of will and resentment. The stronger the body, the stronger the spirit, qi, and the stronger the power of will and resentment they emitted. Martial arts practitioners were far stronger than non-martial arts practitioners. When the whole city was filled with martial arts practitioners, the secular qi was like a cloud that covered the sky and protected the city from being invaded by external evils. And this was just the tip of the iceberg. The atmosphere of the heaven realm was indeed far better than that of the Xian world. Young master, if you don't mind, can you come and sit with me? Yi Shiwen was just about to enter the city, but he was stopped by a beggar who was sitting cross-legged at the foot of the city wall. He didn't care about it, but he glanced at this old man and suddenly became nervous. This beggar was dressed in greasy rags, his skin was loose and his hair was white. He looked as if he hadn't eaten enough for many days. But what shocked him was that he couldn't see through this beggar. Even though he hadn't opened his Dharma eye, with his strength, he could see through anyone with a single glance. This beggar was not simple. Since Elder has invited me, I naturally wouldn't dare to refuse. Yi Shiwen immediately smiled and walked over. Unexpectedly, he also imitated the beggar and sat down. On the other hand, the people going in and out of the city gate looked strangely at this luxuriously dressed young master. He was actually sharing a table with this beggar. "Where did you come from?" The old beggar grabbed a wine gourd out of thin air and took a sip. The aroma of wine filled the air. His bright eyes were staring at Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen immediately understood that the matter of him breaking into the heavenly realm had been noticed by someone. This old beggar was waiting for him here. "Junior Yi Shiwen, how should I address Elder?" Yi Shiwen asked. "I don't have a name. Others call me Old Beggar. You can call me that too. But are you Yi Shiwen? I have heard of you." The old beggar said with a smile on his face. He grabbed a piece of roasted chicken out of nowhere and bit into it. There was wine and meat, so it was quite enjoyable. "I heard from Qinlai, but I didn't expect that there would be a talented person in my human race outside of the heavenly realm." "So Elder knows Qinlai?" Yi Shiwen asked in surprise. "This junior is here to find Qinlai. Then why didn't you go the right way?" "I thought it was a demon invasion, so I hurried over." The old beggar stared at Yi Shiwen and said, "Ha ha ha, Elder must be joking. The secular aura of the heavenly realm is so abundant. Any demon dares to spy on it. I'm afraid it will be a dead end if it is rushed by the secular aura," Yi Shiwen said with a laugh. He was not speaking without a target. "Wasn't Ling Fei like this before?" "That's true. It's mainly because I'm afraid that there will be a fish that escapes the net. In recent years, the methods of these demons have been improving. I can't say anything." "Haha." The old beggar laughed as he said, "If I didn't see that you are also a human race, I wouldn't talk to you so politely. I would capture you and interrogate you directly." "Thank you for your mercy, Elder," Yi Shiwen said and cupped his hands. "You are not a good person. If you really fight, the sky will collapse and the earth will crack, and everything will be destroyed." The old beggar said, "Since you are looking for Qinlai, I will take you there. If you come earlier, I'm afraid you won't be able to see him. That kid has just come out of the closed-door training. It's just right for you to go there. You can also ask for a cup of wedding wine." "Qinlai has confirmed his Tao?" Yi Shiwen asked. "That's right. I didn't let you down." The old beggar glanced at Yi Shiwen with a faint smile. "However, it seems that I am still a step slower than you. It's good to have Elder to lead the way." Yi Shiwen didn't have any evil intentions, so he naturally didn't care about this. However, he was still secretly shocked in his heart. It hadn't been a long time since he had intruded, and someone had already noticed him. Moreover, such a powerful expert had quickly intercepted him. The strength of the heaven realm was obviously more unfathomable than he had imagined. The martial great master was the leader among the many immortal inheritances of the heaven realm. He was also a human race, so he was instinctively interested in these things. "He's here. He's here. That fool Gao Qingya has finally come to our Kaitai city," someone suddenly exclaimed. Yi Shiwen looked towards the source of the exclamation. He saw a figure approaching from afar. What surprised Yi Shiwen was that this figure was kowtowing every 3 steps and bowing every 5 steps. He was walking towards the Kaitai city step by step. He was dressed in black. His face was ordinary. However, his expression was extremely indifferent. He was doing this action like a machine. 2 years ago, there was a rumor that he was kowtowing every 3 steps and bowing every 5 steps. Now, I finally see him in person. What do you people know? Gao Qingye is imitating the ancient sages. If he can be valued by a senior of the martial great master, then his future achievements will be limitless. He may even be more brilliant than the former young dragon list's top disciple, Qin Lai. Such a person has great perseverance and wisdom. His future achievements will be limitless. It is said that when he was in the human world, he was already a peerless genius. Later, after he ascended to the northern plains, he kept kowtowing every 3 steps and bowing every 5 steps. Now he has finally arrived at the southern wasteland from the central plains. It has been a full 300 years. Human world ascended. Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard these 2 words. He felt as if he had grasped the source of this matter. However, he quickly suppressed his excitement. He looked at that robot-like figure in the distance. He couldn't help but feel moved in his heart, with his cultivation and state of mind. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, he wouldn't feel anything. However, even he couldn't help but feel admiration for Gao Qingye. Having cultivated to this point, he had long since understood that innate talent and intelligence were not the decisive factors in the path of cultivation. The most important thing was to have unchanging willpower. Those old antiques who had proven their Tao had already cultivated to the peak of the demigod realm, but in the end they died at the peak of the demigod realm. This was because they had lost their sharpness and the perseverance to move forward. Even if they were half a step away, they wouldn't dare to trigger the divine tribulation. Although Gao Qingye's 300 years seemed to have been wasted, in reality, these 300 years were also a process of spiritual cultivation. With the resources of the martial great master, cultivation was but a matter of minutes. The truly difficult thing to cultivate was the state of mind, and what he had tempered in these 300 years was this spiritual cultivation. It could be said that Gao Qingye had great perseverance and was also very smart. The martial great master is going to have a great talent. Congratulations. Yi Shiwen clasped his hands and said, although Gao Qingye had just reached the longevity realm, he could already see that his future was limitless. If it wasn't for the fact that Gao Qingye had most likely been selected by the martial great master, he would have been a little moved. He was different from Li Ye's terrifyingly strong innate talent. He was more satisfied with Gao Qingye's perseverance. Sigh. The old beggar sighed and said, if he can really join my martial great master, that would be great. Oh, I'm a little curious. Such a fine jade. I'm afraid no sect would let go of it easily. Yi Shiwen felt a little strange. To a large sect, the most important thing wasn't resources or cultivation techniques, but talents. As long as there was an endless supply of talents, they would have everything. And this Gao Qingye was undoubtedly a top-notch talent. How could they push away talents? Could it be that this Gao Qingye has a bad character? Yi Shiwen couldn't help but ask. If he was a scheming and vicious person, then no matter how talented he was, he wouldn't be accepted into the sect. That's not it. The old beggar shook his head and said, this can be considered a family scandal. Originally, it shouldn't be spread out. But now, other than these ordinary people, the higher-ups of the heavenly realm have already spread out. So it doesn't matter if it is spread out or not. Because when Gao Qingye was in the human world, he once destroyed the life of the martial great master's descendant. Therefore, he said that not only the martial great master, but any immortal inheritance in the heavenly realm who dares to take in Gao Qingye would be his enemy. Otherwise, how could such a fine jade be left unattended? This is a family feud, logically speaking. Yi Shiwen felt a little strange. He didn't believe that this martial great master would be a broad-minded person who could endure such a deep blood feud. Sigh, this matter is also a scandal because the descendant of the martial great master did evil in the human world, causing millions of people to suffer. He committed a great crime and deserved to die. The old beggar sighed and said, Only now did Yi Shiwen understand that there was actually such a complicated reason behind this. So that's how it is. But since your martial great master doesn't want this person, then I'll accept him, no problem. Chapter 2299. What you? The old beggar looked at Yi Shiwen in amazement. He did not understand why Yi Shiwen dared to stand up at this time. Martial sect had Emperor King level masters. Their strength was unimaginably deep. To be able to become a deputy sect master in martial sect, this strength was already unimaginable to ordinary people. Although he did not specifically point out who it was not important at all. Any deputy sect master of martial sect was above countless people. Even the old beggar was not willing to provoke such a person. Was Yi Shiwen crazy? What's so strange about this? Is Gao Qingye a good talent? Is he righteous? Is it not enough? Yi Shiwen said with a smile, causing millions of people to suffer. Such a person's death is not enough. So what if he is killed? Yi Shiwen had to say that Gao Qingye's way of doing things was very in line with his appetite. If it was him, he would also do the same in the same situation. No matter what background you have, there is nothing to be afraid of even if you poke a big hole in the sky. What's more, he was only a deputy sect master of martial sect. He could not cover the sky with one hand, let alone control him in deity transformation abyss. But you have to be clear, although he has not walked in the world for a long time, he has countless disciples. If you accept Gao Qingye, it is equivalent to accepting this karma. When the time comes, your troubles will not be small. Don't look down on you because you are not a person of heaven realm. When the time comes, there will be a way to find trouble with you. The old beggar said with a straight face, I've never been afraid of troubles. I've always been plagued by troubles. Ha ha ha, who cares about the heavens? I only insist on doing the right thing. This is my martial arts, and no one can shake my determination. Yi Shiwen laughed loudly and said, Good, you are a man. I admire you. The old beggar's eyes lit up and he laughed boldly. Now the younger generation will surpass the older generation. The younger generation will surpass the older generation. How can a golden scale be like a dragon in a pond? If such a good jade is buried, it will be a pity. There are some things I can't stand, but I can still help you, the old beggar said heroically. Back then, the Qin emperor risked universal condemnation and lifted the ban on martial arts, allowing everyone to practice martial arts. Only then did the human race prosper again. You're right about one thing. Trouble is nothing. When there's too much trouble, it doesn't matter anymore. He couldn't stand it for a long time. At this moment, the two of them were no longer as cautious as before. Yi Shiwen was no longer deliberately being modest and low-key, and the old beggar was no longer like an ordinary beggar on the roadside. His luck has turned for the better since he met you, the old beggar said with a laugh. Yi Shiwen smiled and strode forward towards Gao Qingye. Gao Qingye kept kowtowing mechanically. Suddenly, he sensed that a figure had appeared in front of him. He habitually scanned the figure with his divine thought. Suddenly, he felt that the figure was as vast and unfathomable as the sea. He immediately said, Greetings, Senior. May I know why you have stopped me? Let's get up first. Yi Shiwen raised his hand, and suddenly Gao Qingye only felt an inexhaustible energy supporting him, so much so that he couldn't even kneel down. Senior. He looked at the person in front of him in surprise. Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? Yi Shiwen looked at Gao Qingye and asked with a smile. Gao Qingye was stunned for a moment, as if he had suddenly crashed. It seemed that he had never thought that someone would actually accept him as a disciple. He had already ascended for hundreds of years. Many things, even if he originally didn't know, were now clear. It was related to the scourge that he had killed back then. These years, the relationship between the human world and the heaven realm had also become closer and closer, and he didn't have any backing in the heaven realm. All the way to the longevity realm and ascended, He had relied on a mysterious inheritance that he had obtained back then, when he was in the human world. As a powerhouse of the longevity realm, he naturally swept through everyone and became an ancestor. But in the heaven realm, powerhouses like him couldn't be considered as the bottom of the heaven realm. But at most, he was just a so-called small giant. He had some status, but in fact it was nothing. Offending the deputy sect leader of the martial sect almost immediately made all the forces in the heaven realm look down on him. There was no need to doubt the strength of the martial sect in the heaven realm. It could be said that they were the leader of the group, and no one dared to defy them. For such a small character, offending the deputy sect leader of the martial sect was a loss no matter how one looked at it. Even he himself was a little discouraged. Right now, he was just relying on his unwillingness to admit defeat. He didn't expect that a miracle would really happen. I only have one question for you. Do you regret killing that scumbag then? I don't regret it. Gao Qingye gritted his teeth and said resolutely, Good, ha ha ha, that suits my taste. Yi Shiwen laughed loudly. Let me ask you again. Are you willing to be my disciple? Disciple pays respect to master. Gao Qingye didn't hesitate and immediately knelt down. Although he didn't know Yi Shiwen's background, he could feel that Yi Shiwen was stronger than him. Much stronger than him. Good. Since you are already my disciple, then I will make it clear to you. Master is not someone from the heaven realm, and I am not from the martial sect, Yi Shiwen said. Gao Qingye's eyes were somewhat surprised. Not from the heaven realm. For him, other than the human world, there was only the heaven realm. Where else could it be? You will slowly understand these things in the future. Master's surname is Yi, and my name is Shiwen. Above you, there is a senior sister. In the future, you will have the opportunity to meet. Yi Shiwen said, Master, this disciple is in trouble. I am afraid that I will bring trouble to Master. Gao Qingye said with some embarrassment, I have heard about your matter. However, although I am not from the martial sect can't control me. The deputy sect leader of the martial sect has a great reputation. But it can't scare me. Yi Shiwen said indifferently, Let's go. Master is going to the martial sect. Come with me. Yes, Master. Gao Qingye was still confused. Just like that, he recognized a master. It was a very wonderful thing for him. Congratulations, young Master Yi. You have accepted a good disciple. The old beggar cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your kind words, Senior. Can we go now? He said. Yes, yes. I have been wanting to attend his wedding for a long time. Let's go now. After the old beggar finished speaking, he used an escape technique and disappeared without a trace. Gao Qingye was inexplicably shocked. Although his cultivation wasn't very profound in the heaven realm, it wasn't ordinary either. People called him a small tycoon. However, he couldn't see how the old beggar had left. It was as if he had disappeared without a trace in a split second. Let's go. Yi Shiwen immediately took a step forward. The light wings on his back instantly unfolded and directly brought Gao Qingye along. When Gao Qingye reacted again, he was already thousands of miles away. He was inexplicably shocked. He had never seen or heard of such an amazing movement technique. After a while, Yi Shiwen caught up with the old beggar. When the old beggar saw Yi Shiwen chasing after him, he couldn't help but laugh and said, Your movement technique is really amazing. I am afraid that no one under the eternal realm can keep up with you. Senior, you flatter me. Yi Shiwen said with a smile. Ha ha ha. I, the old beggar, rarely praise people like this in my life. Let's go. The old beggar took a step forward, and his speed was a little faster. Yi Shiwen was not to be outdone. He quickly followed and actually competed with his movement technique. Behind Yi Shiwen, Gao Qingye only felt that his whole body was spinning. He simply couldn't see the changes in his surroundings. He didn't even dare to look at it. Just a casual glance would make his whole body feel nauseous and uncomfortable. This speed had already exceeded his previous imagination. He didn't even dare to imagine how fast the speed was. However, he didn't have much time to think about it. The two of them stopped one after another. They almost tore the space and walked out of the space crack. After seeing everything clearly, Gao Qingye was even more astonished. The density of space was completely different in different worlds. Given his cultivation at the 10,000 longevity realm, he could barely tear open space in the lower realm. However, it was basically impossible in the heaven realm. Only by cultivating to the mysterious realm could one have the ability to shake the space. As for tearing the space, who knew what kind of terrifying ability it was possible to do it? But his master and the old beggar had almost casually torn the space in the heaven realm. This level of cultivation was simply unimaginable. In other words, this time he was most likely under the tutelage of a great figure. Although this great figure might not be in the heaven realm, nor was it an expert of the martial ancestor realm as he had imagined. At this time, these were not important at all. He had also created a foundation in the human world. But at the same time, he could only be considered a rogue cultivator in the heaven realm. He had no foundation, no inheritance, and no one to guide him. Therefore, even if he was humiliated, he could only kowtow every 3 steps and bow every 5 steps. To move the heart of some big shots at once, he was even a rogue cultivator. How difficult would it be? But now, it seemed like he didn't have to worry about anything. Although he didn't know where this master came from, it was obvious that his background was not small. He was also very confident. Even if he was facing the vice sect leader of the martial ancestor sect, it would not be able to make him waver. It seemed that this time he had finally followed the right master, and in front of the 3 of them, there was a continuous range of mountains. These mountains floated in midair, surrounded by clouds and mist. It was a scene of immortals. There were immortal birds and strange beasts everywhere. A row of egrets flew into the blue sky. Indistinctly, there was celestial music descending. This was the orthodoxy of the entire heaven realm. It was also the strongest existence that led the heroes, the base of the martial ancestor realm. And under this continuous range of mountains, there was a white jade staircase that connected the mountains and the ground, emitting a white light. Many people came and went on it. Chapter 2300. It was already bustling with noise and excitement. At this moment, there were even more people coming and going. Because of Qin Lai's confirmation, the martial sect naturally held a special event. The birth of a god was indeed qualified to be announced to the world and be revered by thousands of people. At this time, many old monsters who had not appeared in the world had also come to congratulate him or let their disciples come on their behalf. They were all willing to give face to the martial sect. It was also a very important thing to befriend a future god. This is the martial sect. Gao Qingye looked over. In the void in the mountain range that was surrounded by clouds, there was a faintly discernible infinite space. This was the behemoth that shocked the entire heaven realm. It was also the place that nurtured countless outstanding talents of the human race. This was also the place that he originally yearned to join the most. But at this time, to him, there was not the slightest surge of emotions, only a kind of indifference. Although the martial sect was good, it was not his. Master Yi, welcome to the martial sect. The old beggar laughed and took the lead. Because there was no need to hurry, Gao Qingye could finally see the old beggar's steps clearly at this time. He was stepping on a 7-colored escape light, and his figure was like a dream, leading into the void at an extremely fast speed. It was a very impressive movement technique. Yi Shiwen also took a step forward. This was a mysterious step. He did not open his light wings again. But Gao Qingye could clearly feel that this mysterious step should be related to the light wings from before. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, were not slow in the slightest. They had already rushed to the martial organization staircase. They did not choose to directly enter. Instead, they chose to walk up the stairs to show their respect to the martial organization. As he got closer to the martial organization, Gao Qingye realized that the endless mountain range he had just seen was actually not even 1,000th of it. The rest of the mountain range would not appear in the air. It was obvious that it had been hidden by someone with great magic power. Yi Shiwen's eyesight was even stronger, and he could see through it in an instant. These hidden spaces had been buried in countless subspaces, like the sand in the Ganges River, endless. The mountains were stacked on top of each other, and good deeds soared into the sky. The mountains were beautiful, and the waters were beautiful. The spiritual energy was even more intense. Compared to other places in the heaven realm, it was countless times denser. This place has beautiful mountains and clear waters. I don't know how many spiritual veins are buried underneath it. It seems that this place has been transformed into a paradise by man-made means. Amazing, amazing! Yi Shiwen couldn't help but exclaim. Young Master Yi has good eyesight. In fact, this is just a mortal land, but under the transformation of our former sect master, the Qin Emperor, it has reached its current scale. Although our martial sect has only been around for a short period of time and cannot be compared to the other immortal inheritances, but in terms of foundation, we are not the slightest bit inferior to them. And all of this is the legacy of the Qin Emperor, the old beggar said. Beside them, waves of people were climbing up the mountain. They didn't notice the 3 people on the side of the road at all. Fortunately, the jade stairs were big enough, so they didn't have to worry about bumping into each other. On the other hand, Gao Qingye became a little cautious. These passers-by, even if it was just a manservant, had unbelievably deep cultivation. His longevity, realm cultivation, was really very inconspicuous here. As the saying goes, there are great scholars who talk and laugh, and there is no such thing as a commoner. To be able to come and visit an orthodox martial arts sect like the martial sect, one could imagine that they wouldn't be ordinary people. However, when he looked at the back view in front of him, he immediately felt confident. Although he couldn't be compared to the martial sect, he also had a master who wasn't bad. Yi Shiwen could feel the change in Gao Qingye's aura behind him and couldn't help but feel a little amused. The martial sect was an orthodox martial arts sect in the world, with such a great reputation, not to mention Gao Qingye. Even he himself was very curious. The Jade Void Holy Land has arrived. Suddenly, someone shouted. Then, everyone on the entire staircase suddenly became nervous, as if they were all shocked by this matter. Yi Shiwen also turned his head and looked over. He saw an old man in a Taoist robe and a man in green walking up the stairs. Both of them had dignified appearances and extraordinary auras. Hiss! I didn't expect the Holy Lord of the Jade Void Holy Land to come personally. This Qin Lai is so honored. Isn't that so? Although the Jade Void Holy Land and the martial sect had some conflicts in the past, they put in a lot of effort during the demon invasion. Now, with the support of the martial sect, they are becoming more and more prosperous. However, the current Holy Lord actually came personally to make peace. This is giving Qin Lai enough face. Yi Shiwen looked over and saw that everyone's eyes were focused on the old man in the Taoist robe. Young Master Yi, the Jade Void Holy Land is also an old immortal inheritance in our heaven realm. This old fellow is the current Holy Lord of the Jade Void Holy Land. His strength can't be underestimated. The old beggar transmitted his voice to Yi Shiwen to explain, as if he understood that Yi Shiwen didn't know many things about the heaven realm. Yi Shiwen nodded in gratitude. He really didn't know many things about the heaven realm, but at least he knew how powerful the immortal inheritance was. Any immortal inheritance was established by the gods. Because the gods were immortal and immortal, the forces they established were called immortal inheritances by others. The Jade Void Holy Land was an old immortal inheritance. Obviously, it was also a powerful force. Even if it couldn't be compared to the Hidden Valley, it couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, this old man was the current Holy Lord of the Jade Void Holy Land. Naturally, his strength couldn't be underestimated. Yi Shiwen looked over and saw that the old man's cultivation was really profound. He had probably entered the advanced, immortal level. No wonder he could preside over an immortal inheritance. From the strength of the Jade Void, Holy Lord, it could be seen that the Jade Void, Holy Land, was not ordinary. Hey, isn't the person behind him the newly promoted holy disciple of the Jade Void, Holy Land, Lu Bufan? Someone said in surprise. Yes, it's Lu Bufan. It said that Lu Bufan also ascended from the mortal world. He has cultivated to the celestial realm in just a few hundred years. He's extremely talented. It's said that he might have a chance to become the first holy disciple in the future. This time, the Jade Void Holy Land brought him to such a crucial ceremony. You can imagine how important he is. Hee, young Master Yi, I won't accompany you for now. I have to find Qinlai and tell him about you. When Yi Shiwen turned his head again, the old beggar beside him had already disappeared without a trace. However, no one noticed it. Only the Jade Void Sage Master seemed to have sensed something. He glanced at Yi Shiwen, but didn't see anything. Only then did he give up with some doubts. That's right. Let's go. Yi Shiwen said to Gao Qingye. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Gao Qingye clenching his fists and staring at Lu Bufan. His eyes were a little red. Lu Bufan seemed to have finally noticed Gao Qingye's existence at this time. A look of surprise flashed across his face. He didn't expect to see Gao Qingye here. If he remembered correctly, he clearly remembered that Gao Qingye should still be kowtowing all the way here. At his speed, it might take a few hundred years to reach the martial sect. The heaven realm was too vast. Ordinary people might not be able to leave any of the 5 regions in their lifetime. Isn't this Gao Qingye? Lu Bufan said a few words to the Jade Void Holy Lord. Then he immediately trotted all the way to Yi Shiwen and Gao Qingye's side. There was a hint of provocation in his eyes and a sneer on his face. I heard that you were still kowtowing in the Central Plains. How did you come to the martial sect so quickly? Oh, I know. You must have cheated. You must have flown here. TSK, it was originally impossible for you to enter the martial sect. Do you think you can enter the martial sect now? What a joke. Lu Bufan. Gao Qingye said coldly. You still have the face to appear in front of me. Why don't I have the face? Gao Qingye, do you think that we are still in the mortal world? Back then, I was suppressed by you. But now, with your cultivation in the longevity realm, what right do you have to fight with me in the heaven realm? What a joke. Lu Bufan laughed coldly, as if he didn't care about Gao Qingye at all. What if I accidentally beat you to death? TSK, that would be such a pity. Great hero, I asked you to spare his life at that time. But why didn't you listen? Although he committed all sorts of crimes, in any case he had a powerful backer. That hot potato, none of us were willing to touch it. Only you pretended to be a great hero. In the mortal world, you have received a lot of praise. But here in the heavenly realm, in this place, you are nothing at all. That guy did evil and caused millions of people to suffer. How can we turn a blind eye to such a monstrous sin? As cultivators, we must have a righteous heart. Gao Qingye said coldly. Jingji, it's too funny. You are still insisting on your old ways. I really don't know which antique taught you. What era is it now? Lu Bufan couldn't help but sneer. Only strength is the king. Your old ways are already outdated. Look at you now. You are really disgusting. It has been hundreds of years, and your cultivation hasn't improved at all. Do you still think that you are right? What is right will always be right. It won't be distorted because of strength. Gao Qingye was about to speak when Yi Shiwen's voice suddenly appeared. The bigger the fist is the truth. This sentence isn't wrong. However, your fist isn't big enough. Yi Shiwen said indifferently. However, his words were like an epigram that directly struck Lu Bufan's heart, causing him to feel a chill down his spine. Master, Gao Bufan cupped his hands and said, What? You actually acknowledged such a little kid as your master? You are really regressing now. Lu Bufan laughed loudly. Chapter 2301. Shut up. Gao Qingye was furious. In just a short period of time he had already regarded Yi Shiwen as his teacher from the bottom of his heart. It was not only because of Yi Shiwen's unfathomable strength and bone structure. More importantly, it was Yi Shiwen who took him in when he was ostracized by the entire heaven realm for hundreds of years. The gratitude in his heart was needless to say. Teachers had the same status in any world and any race. However, Gao Qingye looked much older than Yi Shiwen. Gao Qingye had the appearance of a middle-aged man. He had improved his physical body during his ascension. Therefore, he looked much younger than Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen was different. He always looked like he was in his early 20s. In fact, he was getting younger over the years. He looked like a teenager of 18 or 19 years old. Hence, in Lu Bufan's words, he became a young boy. Gao Qingye, where do you think this is? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Lu Bufan's face suddenly turned sullen. Get lost. Yi Shiwen said coldly. There's no room for you to speak here. Get your sect elders to come over. Kid, don't think that you can order me around just because you've become this guy's master. I think you still don't understand what kind of trouble you've gotten yourself into. Lu Bufan looked at Yi Shiwen provocatively. In his opinion, Gao Qingye was only in the longevity realm. His master was not that powerful. Not everyone in the heaven realm knew that no one wanted to accept Gao Qingye. However, everyone in the upper echelons of the heaven realm knew about it. This kid had committed such a heinous crime. He must not know about it. Hence, it was obvious that this guy who had not even come into contact with the upper echelons of the heaven realm was not that powerful. He was a newly promoted holy disciple of the Jade Void Palace. He was known to have the hope of challenging the first holy disciple in the future. He was looked up to wherever he went. In the immortal inheritance, only the most talented and potential could become a holy disciple or a saintess. Among them, the strongest would be the first holy disciple or the first saintess. Generally speaking, the future leader of the immortal forces would be selected from these holy disciples and saintesses. Among the countless disciples in the Jade Void Holy Land, only a handful could become a holy disciple. Didn't the elders of your sect teach you to respect the strong? Yi Shiwen said indifferently. Expert? With just you? Lu Bufan laughed as if he had heard the most incredible thing. Ha 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 ha, it's so funny. Gao Qingye, I didn't expect you to have such a humorous master. Qingyi, let's go. There's no need to waste your breath on a despicable person. Yi Shiwen glanced at Lu Bufan with a contemptuous look on his face. He didn't like such a vile person who fawned on the rich and powerful. Yes, master, Gao Qingye replied. The two of them turned around and ignored Lu Bufan. Everyone looked at Lu Bufan as if they were looking at a fool. Obviously, he had been fooled. Stop! Lu Bufan became furious. He took a step forward and grabbed Yi Shiwen with his big hand. He directly grabbed Yi Shiwen's shoulder. Whoosh! To everyone's surprise, Lu Bufan's big hand didn't manage to grab Yi Shiwen's shoulder. Instead, it passed through Yi Shiwen's body. Lu Bufan grabbed nothing. He was a little stunned. He didn't expect that there would be a time when he couldn't grab Yi Shiwen at all. At this time, all the people on the Jade Stone stairs who were paying attention to this side suddenly had a solemn look on their faces. They could see that Yi Shiwen's movement technique was extremely brilliant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape Lu Bufan's shoulder grab so easily. This person wasn't an ordinary person. Originally, everyone was just watching a joke. They only thought that Yi Shiwen was a random cultivator who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After all, although Gao Qingye's matter wasn't announced to the world, it could be said that all the higher-ups knew about it. Some well-informed people also knew that Gao Qingye had been completely blacklisted by the martial sect's deputy sect master, who dared to get into trouble. Although this matter was the martial sect's deputy sect master's fault, there was no other way. The martial sect clan was powerful. No one was willing to offend the martial sect for such a guy. If that happened, how could they survive in the heaven realm? Now it seemed that this guy was probably not a hothead. He was definitely not ordinary. However, where did this guy come from? To be able to make Lu Bufan, who was in the heaven realm, unable to catch him, he had to at least be in the profound realm. However, no one had seen this guy among the profound realm experts. Did he really come from the sky? Damn it, stop right there! Lu Bufan could feel the eyes of the people around him full of mockery and pity. He immediately became furious. Ever since he ascended, he had never been humiliated like this. Whoosh! A ball of light burst out from his hand, and the divine light covered the sky and the sun. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. This Lu Bufan was so provoked that he actually used the jade illusion, holy technique on the mountain of the martial sect. He was going to fight with his life on the line. Get lost, don't be so shameless. A loud shout was heard. Lu Bufan, who had just raised his whole body's power, was forced to take a few steps back. The jade illusion, holy technique that he had raised was also suddenly scattered. At this time, everyone's complexion was not dignified, but one after another changed greatly. To be able to disperse a celestial realm master's martial arts with a loud shout, this was not something that an ordinary person could do. Everyone's vigilance towards Yi Shiwen rose to another level with a whoosh. Who is this person? Why have I never seen him before? He's actually so powerful. However, the only thing I can be sure of is that this time he is going against the martial sect. Even if he has some background, he definitely can't be compared to the martial sect. I'm afraid there will be a good show this time. Not far behind Lu Bufan, the Jade Illusion Holy Master's eyes flashed, and he shouted loudly, "Fellow cultivator, I'm afraid it's against the rules to bully the weak." Then, before he finished speaking, a mass of chaos suddenly exploded in the void. Countless energy surged into the chaos, but it did not affect the jade stairs in the slightest. Some people were the first to react, and they looked at the Jade Illusion, Holy Master, and Yi Shiwen in shock. The two of them must have exchanged blows just now. Looking at the situation, it seemed that the Jade Illusion, Holy Master, could not do anything to Yi Shiwen in a hurry. Moreover, there was not a trace of excess energy overflowing when the two of them exchanged blows. It directly surged into the boundless chaos, and there were no ripples. Very soon, the place where the two of them exchanged blows had returned to normal, as if the battle had not happened. Everyone was even more shocked. What kind of status did the Jade Illusion Holy Master have? He was the master of the immortal inheritance. If it was not to show respect to the Qin Emperor, such a peerless expert would come and go with carriages all over the sky, and golden lotuses would fall from the sky. It could be said to be very powerful. How could he climb the heaven stairway with ordinary people like them? Such a peerless expert had definitely proven his way, but he could not do anything to Yi Shiwen in a hurry. Although he had attacked in a hurry, and it was impossible for him to act wantonly in a martial arts grandmaster. How could a way confirmation expert be ordinary? This could only mean that Yi Shiwen was not simple. Yi Shiwen's back view became more and more unfathomable and immeasurable in their eyes. Take care of your disciples first. The dignified Jade Illusion, Holy Land, is famous all over the world, but your holy disciples are all this trash. I am really too disappointed. You don't live up to your reputation. Yi Shiwen's voice traveled down, but his and Gao Qingye's silhouettes were getting further and further away, disappearing into the clouds. Everyone looked at the Jade Illusion, Holy Master. This was a blatant slap in the face. You don't live up to your reputation. Is there anything more humiliating than this? The dignified Jade Illusion, Holy Land, had actually been belittled by Yi Shiwen. They looked over, and sure enough, the Jade Illusion, Holy Master's face suddenly turned ashen. His face had been slapped by Yi Shiwen. However, he was also proud of his status. He had already failed once, so naturally he would not attack again, especially when Yi Shiwen looked at him as a junior. He glared at Lu Bufan with an ugly expression, then snorted coldly. He simply ignored Lu Bufan and went up the stairs. Everyone withdrew their gazes. No one dared to provoke the Jade Illusion, Holy Master at this time. Lu Bufan gritted his teeth, and his whole body was trembling with anger. The gazes of the people around him were all mocking him. He knew very well that the Jade Illusion, Holy Master's cold snort represented his incomparable disappointment in him. This would greatly affect his future development in the Jade Illusion, Holy Land. In the Jade Illusion, Holy Master's words carried enormous weight, but in reality they were almost the same. This was caused by that damned Gao Qingye and his master. When Gao Qingye was in the mortal world, he had always been able to suppress him. After arriving in the heaven realm, he thought that his luck had turned for the better. Who knew that he would still be humiliated by Gao Qingye? Gao Qingye, I must get back at you. Do you think you're still in the mortal world? I want you dead. His expression was unusually ferocious. Yi Shiwen could not be bothered with the two people from the Jade Illusion, Holy Land behind him. Gao Qingye, who was behind him, did not know that Yi Shiwen had just exchanged blows with the Jade Illusion, Holy Master. Although they were in a hurry and did not dare to use their full strength, it was enough to probe each other. The Jade Illusion, Holy Master, was indeed the Holy Master of the Jade Illusion, Holy Land. The ingenuity of the Jade Illusion, Holy Technique, was obvious to all. It was much more tyrannical than an ordinary advanced immortal level. However, at this time, he was not in the mood to pay attention to this. Instead, he asked casually, Qingye, in the mortal world, is there a place called Earth? Yes, how did Master know? Gao Qingye was a little puzzled as to how Yi Shiwen knew. Nothing, I was just asking. The excitement in Yi Shiwen's eyes disappeared in a flash, and his rapid breathing also calmed down. Unknowingly, they had already reached the martial sect. Chapter 2302. His heart was filled with perilous waves that were difficult to calm down. He had finally heard the word Earth again. It was as heavy as 1,000 kilograms. At this moment, his heart was filled with mixed feelings, and he didn't know what to say. However, he was extremely strong-willed and managed to suppress it in an instant. Moreover, the two of them had already arrived at the martial arts great sect. After ascending the stairs, they arrived at a huge square. Clouds and mist surrounded the place. It looked full of celestial aura and radiance. The entire square was filled with representatives from various major forces who had come to congratulate them. Even if they weren't at the level of a holy lord like the Jade Void Sage Master, they were still the cream of the crop from the major forces. There were also many holy disciples like the Jade Void Sage disciple who had come personally. These were the elites of the human clan. Each of them had an imposing appearance, a majestic gait, and an extraordinary aura. The arrival of Yi Shiwen and Lu Bufan also attracted the attention of these people. However, it was obvious that no one knew who these two people were, especially Yi Shiwen, who had never shown his face in the heaven realm before. Naturally, these heaven's pride experts of the heaven realm could not recognize Yi Shiwen. However, someone recognized Gao Qingye. Isn't that Gao Qingye who ascended from the lower realm hundreds of years ago? Why is he here? I heard that he was kowtowing hundreds of years ago. Has he already reached the martial arts great sect? How is that possible? It's not like you don't know that he offended the deputy sect leader of the martial arts great sect. Even if he really kowtowed every step, the martial arts great sect would never accept him. That's right, that fool. It's been hundreds of years, and he still thinks that it's useful. In the end, it's still the same. After some people's reminders, the others quickly remembered that such a person had indeed existed. Hundreds of years ago, this matter could be said to have caused a sensation. However, as time passed, this matter slowly faded. Except for some people with ulterior motives, no one paid attention to this matter anymore. However, they still remembered this matter. For some people, it was their first time seeing Gao Qingye. Their eyes were filled with ridicule, especially since many people knew about the grievances between him and the martial arts great sect. Now that Gao Qingye had actually appeared here, it seemed interesting. After a while, the two from the Jade Void Holy Land also came up, especially Lu Bufan. He looked at Yi Shiwen as if he wanted to kill him. Next to him, the Jade Void Holy Master's expression was also quite unfriendly. Many people still did not know what had happened. They were curious as to who would dare to provoke the Jade Void Sage leader. So, it's Uncle Master Wan of the Jade Void. Suddenly, a hearty laughter sounded. Junior brother Lu, I apologize for not going out to meet you. Suddenly, a figure walked out of the clouds and quickly came before the Jade Illusionary Sage leader with an apologetic look. It was a young man in a dark blue Taoist robe. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He had an extraordinary bearing and was not inferior to any of the heroes present. He walked all the way to the Jade Illusory Sage Lord and said, Uncle Master Wan, the elders in the sect have been waiting for a long time. You are too humble. You could have just come here. Is there a need to climb the sky stairwell? Ha ha ha. I'm just showing my respect to His Majesty, Emperor Qin. Since that's the case, I'll go in first. The Jade Void Sage leader laughed heartily and looked deeply at Yi Shiwen. Then he took a step forward and disappeared into the clouds. Without exception, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they were not on the same level as the Jade Void Sage leader. Even though these geniuses might not have any scruples in front of others, they still felt a lot of pressure when there was a Dao validation expert, a world-renowned expert, present. After the Jade Void Sage leader left, they clearly felt a sense of relief. No one felt that there was anything wrong with this man's obvious preferential treatment. He was a veteran immortal inheritance. Moreover, the Holy Master had come personally. He had given the martial sect a lot of face, and the martial sect could not disrespect him. Junior brother Lu, we haven't seen each other for more than 100 years. Your cultivation has become even more exquisite. The man came forward and chatted with Lu Bufan. Master, what should we do? Gao Qingye looked at Yi Shiwen nervously. Let's ignore them. We are waiting for someone, Yi Shiwen said. He was naturally waiting for the old beggar to bring Qin Lai out. Now that they were in the martial sect, it was not good for him to force his way in. Understood. Gao Qingye nodded. Although the gazes and discussions of the people around him made him quite unhappy, he would not have calmed down so easily if he had just ascended. However, after hundreds of years of experience, he had long understood that this was not a place where he could mess around. Suddenly, no one knew what Lu Bufan said to the man. The man strode in front of the two of them. He frowned slightly and looked at Gao Qingye. Then he said, Gao Qingye, how dare you come to our martial sect? Did the martial sect put me on the wanted list? Why can't I come? Gao Qingye clenched his fists and said angrily. How could he not be angry after hundreds of years of experience? He could only forcefully endure it. Oh, you really have a sharp tongue. The man could not help but sneer. Look, a conflict is about to break out. Some people had been paying attention to Gao Qingye. Sure enough, it was impossible for Gao Qingye to coexist peacefully with the people of the martial sect. Yun Shangzi usually puts the interests of the martial sect first. I'm afraid that in his eyes, Gao Qingye is not a good person. That's true. Yun Shangzi does not have any sand in his eyes. If anyone dares to say a bad word about the martial sect, it will attract his crazy revenge. Moreover, Gao Qingye has slapped the martial sect in the face. What? Could it be that your martial sect wants to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill me? Gao Qingye twisted his neck and said angrily. Yun Shangzi's expression immediately turned ugly. This was something that was difficult to say. Everyone said that Gao Qingye had offended the upper echelons of the martial sect. However, the martial sect could not say anything about this matter. Gao Qingye had an extremely good reputation in the lower realms. Moreover, he had killed the descendant of the martial sect's vice sect master. He had committed all sorts of crimes and caused the deaths of tens of millions of people. If such a monstrous demon was not related to the martial sect, it would have been fine to kill him. In fact, the martial sect, who had always prided themselves on being the true disciples of the human race, might even personally reward Gao Qingye and publicize it. They might even take him in as a disciple and carefully nurture him. In the future, he would be a pillar of the human race. However, this matter involved the vice sect master of the martial sect. Even if it was impossible for them to directly issue a warrant for Gao Qingye, they could not even openly say anything. They could only hint to the various great immortal inheritances that they were not allowed to accept Gao Qingye. The martial sect also cared about their face. They would not do such a shameless thing. So what if I kill you? Do you think I don't dare? Yun Shangzi said coldly. His gaze became cold. Because of Gao Qingye, the martial sect had suffered a lot of criticism. Although no one dared to say anything wrong about the martial sect, in private, everyone had their own scales. It was clear who was right and who was wrong, so there was no need to say anything more. However, this matter involved another powerful elder of the martial sect. They could not afford to have any mishaps. Therefore, everything could only be blamed on Gao Qingye. Why didn't this guy die? Why did he ascend and embarrass the martial sect? If he died of old age in the lower realms, then there would not be such a problem. He would be a great hero, and the martial sect would not be implicated. This was an unforgivable crime for Yun Shangzi, who was the most loyal member of the martial sect. Then come and kill me, Gao Qingye said unyieldingly. He had such a straightforward temper. Otherwise, he would not have personally dealt with that scourge. This was a taboo that no one was willing to touch. You. Killing intent flashed in Yun Shangzi's eyes. He seemed to be weighing the pros and cons of doing so. Today is Senior Brother Qin's big day. I will not make a move here. Get lost. Our martial sect does not welcome you. In the end, he could not steal his heart and make a move in front of everyone. The impact was too bad. Can you represent the martial sect? Yi Shiwen finally could not stand it anymore and asked. Of course I can. Who are you? Don't tell me you are his master. You really have guts. Yun Shangzi said coldly. Huh. Yi Shiwen chuckled and said, What? Did your martial sect make a rule that no one is allowed to accept him? Well, of course not. Yun Shangzi could not help but choke. Could this kind of thing be announced to the world? If it was really announced to the world, then wouldn't it be a slap in the face? Do you think that you can represent anyone just because you are a representative of the people? Yi Shiwen sneered and said, Originally, I heard that the martial sect is the pillar of the human race and the leader of the righteous path. Now I see that they are all filthy people. It would be a joke to say it out loud. Not only did the dignified martial sect have such a vile descendant, he also caused the deaths of tens of millions of people. Even if he died thousands of times, it would not be a pity. Qingye killed him to end your embarrassment. Who would have thought that not only are you not grateful, you are also suppressing him everywhere? Is this the dignified martial sect that is the pillar of the human race? If Emperor Qin was still here, how could he allow you scoundrels to create a foul atmosphere in the martial sect and ruin his reputation as the great emperor? Yi Shiwen's voice was like a powerful army that went straight into Yun Shangzi's heart. It was like a big bell that directly knocked into his heart, deafening. Yun Shangzi's back was drenched in cold sweat. He only felt that his voice was like the sound of the Tao. It actually felt like someone was blowing on his heart. Currently, he had only just reached the peak of the profound death realm. He was already outstanding among the younger generation of the heaven realm. However, compared to Yi Shiwen, he he was still far behind. Compared to Yi Shiwen, he was a generation behind. Still not comprehending, Yi Shiwen shouted. Yun Shangzi suddenly felt as if he was suddenly enlightened. In that instant, he rushed into the Powang realm, the demigod realm. Chapter 2303. Yun Shangzi suddenly felt the Tao sound filling his head, and he instantly had an epiphany. He suddenly broke through the psychological barrier and directly rushed into the Powang realm, becoming a demigod. In the sky, the tribulation clouds were getting thicker. Yun Shangzi will never forget the kindness of Senior. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay it. However, Gao Qingye's matter involves the reputation of my martial sect. This junior is also very embarrassed. I hope you can understand. I will take my leave first. Yun Shangzi looked embarrassed. Yi Shiwen had helped him a little, but this time it was related to the reputation of the martial sect. If Gao Qingye was not in the right, he would not be so upset. However, Gao Qingye was in the right, which made him extremely confused. However, now was not the time to talk about it. The heavenly tribulation had arrived, and it was not suitable for martial sect to undergo the tribulation. He hurriedly flew out of the martial sect. Yi Shiwen nodded and did not say much. Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen as if they were looking at a monster. It was simply a miracle, especially in their hearts. They did not know that one could have an epiphany by being scolded. How could there be such a good thing? If they could have an epiphany by being scolded, then they could have been scolded every day. Epiphany was something that even these geniuses might not encounter in their lives. Yi Shiwen smiled faintly. Naturally, it was not because of being scolded that he could have an epiphany. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone in this world be able to have an epiphany? Instead, he had used the Tao voice during the process of shouting. Under the guidance of the Tao voice, Yun Shangzi was able to break through. However, he was originally only one step away. Otherwise, he would not have been able to break through after being scolded. Although Yun Shangzi was aggressive, Yi Shiwen did not have much ill will towards him. Yun Shangzi could also be said to be loyal to the martial sect. At most, they just had different standpoints. This was also because Yun Shangzi still had a trace of guilt in his heart. If he did not have this trace of guilt in his heart, he might even be scared silly by Yi Shiwen's shout. This was a personal opportunity that could not be forced. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen realized that he had already gone from being bestowed an opportunity by others to being bestowed an opportunity by others. The vicissitudes of life seemed to be still vivid in his mind. The way everyone looked at Yi Shiwen was even more mysterious. This kind of thing that could enlighten others was almost like a myth. Only in ancient myths and legends would such a thing happen. Gao Qingye was even more shocked. Yun Shangzi's strength was much more tyrannical than his. In these hundreds of years, he had also heard that Yun Shangzi had an extremely high position in the martial sect and was extremely famous. He was only a step away from stepping into the realm of the legendary half-god, yet his own master had shouted at him. It was simply unimaginable just how powerful his master was. It was much more powerful than he had imagined. Lu Bufan, who was watching from the side, gnashed his teeth in anger. He was also being scolded, but why was it that he was scolded so harshly and lost all his face, while Yun Shangzi was the one who got off easy? He had actually stepped into the demigod realm in one go. In the heavenly realm, the demigods were not small characters, because it was impossible for the gods to manage things all the time. Although the demigods could only be regarded as the middle level of the sect, in reality, all the matters of the sect were controlled by the demigods. Many profound realm experts were unable to step into the demigod realm in their entire lives, but he was actually able to rush into the demigod realm despite being scolded. This was 2F** king unscientific. How could those who had cultivated hard for their entire lives endure this? He looked at Gao Qingye with even more resentment. Why was he so lucky? Gao Jianye, and you, don't think that you can stay after making some noise. Humph, even if Yun Shangzi doesn't look for trouble with you, you are still not welcome in the martial sect. Lu Bufan said while gnashing his teeth and pointing at Gao Jinya and Yi Shiwen. Don't point at me, or I'll let you know why flowers are so red. Yi Shiwen said indifferently, You. Lu Bufan was startled. He was frightened by Yi Shiwen. When Yi Shiwen reprimanded Yun Shangzi just now, he still felt a little scared when he thought about it. Although his rationality had been blinded by anger, his body instinctively did not dare to point at Yi Shiwen. He had a faint feeling that if he did not do as he was told, Yi Shiwen might really attack him on the spot. You're really lawless. Where do you think this is? This is the martial sect. Lu Bufan was furious. What are you arguing about? Suddenly, a figure walked out from the depths of the martial sect. It was an old man with white hair and a beard. He wore a rich robe and had an arrogant expression as he looked at everyone disdainfully. Do you know if you can bear the responsibility if you disturb the lords inside? Greetings, Elder Yuan. When everyone saw this old man, they all saluted. Obviously, they all knew this old man, and his status was not low. Elder Yuan glanced around and saw that only Yi Shiwen and Gao Qingyan next to him did not move at all. He suddenly felt a little unhappy. He was used to being high and mighty. At this time, he encountered two people who did not give him any face at all. Naturally, he was unhappy. Who are you two? Elder Yuan asked directly. Elder Yuan, that person is Gao Qingyan. Lu Bufan said directly. As soon as he heard this name, Elder Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed and he said on the spot, You are Gao Qingyan? Unlike Yun Shangzi, this Elder Yuan's expression was even more unfriendly and stern. That's right, Gao Qingyan said. How dare you? How dare you? Elder Yuan seemed to be extremely angry, and then he said with a smile, Don't you know what you have done? How dare you appear in the martial sect? I think you really think that our martial sect is a charity? What else can Qingyan do? He just got rid of an evil creature who has brought disaster to the world. Is there anything wrong with that? Yi Shiwen said aloud. Who are you? Elder Yuan's eyes were full of killing intent. Yi Shiwen could even feel that if this was not in public, this Elder Yuan would really have the intention to kill. I am Gao Qingyan's master. Yi Shiwen stood up and said. Elder Yuan did not seem to expect that Yi Shiwen was actually Gao Qingyan's master. It seemed that they had already warned all the sects before not to accept Gao Qingyan. He narrowed his eyes and his killing intent became even stronger. The aura on his body directly surged like a monstrous wave. Everyone in the square suddenly felt a thunderous power surging out and directly added to their bodies. Many people suddenly felt a sense of suffocation. Even if it was not directed at them, they could still feel this earth-shattering power. The powerful aura belonging to the peak of demigod suddenly swept out, making everyone feel that they could not resist it. Although he was not a god, he looked like a god at this moment. Yi Shiwen just took a step forward, and that earth-shattering aura was completely broken. It could not affect Yi Shiwen in the slightest. Gao Qingyan felt that the suffocating feeling was like his whole body was about to be squashed. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, he felt that his back was completely drenched, and a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to his head. This was the strength of the top experts in the heaven realm. In front of them, he simply had no power to fight back. In an instant, he was like a drowning person, suffocating. The gap between the two sides was really too big. This was a completely different feeling. Although Lu Fan was in the heaven realm, he could not give him such a feeling. It was simply like the powerlessness of an ant in front of a giant. Facing an existence that could trample him to death with one foot, he could not calm down. However, immediately after Yi Shiwen broke the aura, it immediately made him feel like he was saved. There is no need to test me. If you have the ability, then make your move. Let everyone see that the martial great sect, as an outstanding talent of the human race, actually has such an ugly side. There is such a time when there is such a dirty side, Yi Shiwen said, staring at Elder Yuan without the slightest change. What nonsense are you talking about? Elder Yuan suddenly became furious and angrily rebuked. You know whether I am talking nonsense or not. This matter is fair, and there will naturally be people to judge. Your martial great sect is strong, so naturally no one would dare to say anything openly. However, can you stop the mouth of the world? Yi Shiwen said loudly, his voice also getting louder and louder, like a whip lashing at the bottom of people's hearts. The expressions of the surrounding people also became strange, as if to confirm Yi Shiwen's words. It was better to prevent the mouth of the people than to prevent the mouth of the world. On the surface, they did not say it, but in private, they would still mention this matter. They could stop others from talking nonsense, but could they pay attention to others and not let their thoughts run wild? At this time, Lu Bufan said loudly, Elder Yuan, I think this person's origin is unknown. He is simply here to cause trouble. He probably wants to destroy Senior Brother Qin's Dao confirmation ceremony. He should be eliminated very early. At this time, Lu Bufan said loudly. Elder Yuan seemed to have finally reacted, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. His expression changed on the spot, and he said with a grim smile, Yes, that is right. This is Qin Lai's Dao confirmation ceremony, so you can't destroy it. Moreover, you keep saying that you are here to discredit our martial great sect. You are simply being instructed by someone to frame our martial great sect. There must be someone behind this. This matter is related to the reputation of our martial great sect, so I can't ignore it. I think the two of you have clearly planned this. I think we should first arrest you and carefully interrogate you to find out which forces are behind this. If you want to blame someone, you can always find a pretext. Yi Shiwen sneered and said, Today I finally see what it means to confuse black and white and falsely accuse others. Nonsense. Who do you two think you are? What is there for me to falsely accuse you? It is too late for you to escape now. Obediently go back with me, accept the investigation, and confess to the mastermind behind this. Elder Yuan said with a grim smile, and his expression became more and more certain. Chapter 2304. The Way to Treat a Guest. You don't have to pay attention to the way to treat a guest. Lu Bufan shouted from the side. Disciple, the world is really full of vicissitudes. However, he is indeed a good seedling. Congratulations. Qin Lai sighed with emotion. When they first met Yi Shiwen, he was just a famous, profound realm master. Now his strength was unfathomable. Moreover, this matter was personally asked by the Elder Master. It shows that the Elder Master attaches great importance to this matter. With a loud sound, bone fragments flew everywhere and golden blood splattered everywhere. Elder Yuan let out a blood-curdling scream and quickly pulled his hand back. He didn't know when, but a huge bloody hole had appeared on his palm. Blood flowed out continuously, and the bloody wound looked exceptionally hideous. It was not an ordinary attack. He could heal himself in a short time. There was no need to worry about anything else. Now, where Yi Shiwen attacked, he clearly felt an extremely strong power like a bone-corroding maggot. It was constantly eroding his body. He had no choice but to suppress it. Humph. Yi Shiwen took a step forward and pointed his finger. The sky-severing finger instantly turned into a sharp light and flew on the spot. Moreover, it directly penetrated Elder Yuan's dragon claw. No wonder this person was so calm. It turned out that he was a guest invited by Qin Lai. Was there anyone more important than this? However, the result was easily seen through by Yi Shiwen's finger. How could this not make him shocked and angry? Humph, is this the way of martial sex guests? I heard that Qin Lai had proven his Dao, so I came to celebrate. In the end, I was repeatedly embarrassed by you. Martial sect's way of treating guests is a little too overbearing. Yi Shiwen sneered faintly. As for whether there is a place for me, you don't have to worry about it. You can't care so much. You are just a demigod. Don't you think you are a little too overbearing? You shut up. It was completely unscientific. "Qinlai, this person is Gao Qingye," Elder Yuan said with a sullen face. He reminded Qinlai loudly, as if he wanted to remind him of something. When Elder Yuan saw Qinlai, it was as if he had seen his savior. He was overjoyed. This guy was finally going to die. It must be known that he also cultivated an extremely powerful body training method passed down by the Qin Emperor. With this method, the masters in the martial arts grandmaster could be said to be able to fight against dragons and phoenixes. Their bodies were comparable to divine weapons and sharp weapons. Good, good, good. You actually dared to resist arrest. You actually dared to make a move in our martial sect. In this world, there will be no place for you to hide. Elder Yuan endured the intense pain and said with a sinister smile. Everyone was shocked and quickly greeted him. This was also one of the most powerful techniques in the martial arts sect. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that it was a spirited young man. Who else could it be but Qinlai? It was as if he had encountered a peerless, ferocious beast. Lu Bufan's face flushed with anger after being reprimanded by Yi Shiwen. Qinlai finally turned his gaze to Elder Yuan. He did not even look at Elder Yuan's wound. Instead, he opened his mouth and said, "Elder Yuan, do you want to order me around?" There was a bit of disgust in his expression. This Elder Yuan had always taken advantage of his seniority. He relied on his experience and often said some nonsense which was annoying. "Don't force me to kill you. If I want to kill you, even your sage lord of Jade Void can't stop me," Yi Shiwen said coldly. In an instant, it was as if he had encountered a terrifying, ferocious beast. His whole body was instantly drenched, as if he had been fished out of cold water. Things were still the same, but the people were different. Originally, the status of both parties was basically equal. Although Qinlai's status was higher, Elder Yuan's experience was greater. However, now that Qinlai had proven his way, everything was different. Lu Bufan and Elder Yuan were even more dumbfounded. They looked as if they had been scared out of their wits. This didn't make sense. They thought that Qinlai was here to support them. Who would have thought that Qinlai was actually a good friend of the other party? Clearly, he was here to support them. Qinlai's expression gradually became cold. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, he said directly, "Don't talk nonsense in front of me about your Yuan family's **T. Do you think we don't know about it? Do you know how all the sects think of us because of your matter? We don't want to talk about it anymore. It's just that your ancestor has made great contributions to the martial arts sect and the human clan that we don't want to talk about it. I didn't expect you to be so persistent. Why? Do you want to kill him? Do you want to ruin the reputation of our martial arts sect?" However, it was different now. He had proven his way and was on a different level from Elder Yuan. Qualifications and experience were completely meaningless at this time. Arrogant. Lu Bufan's face turned red as he squeezed out this sentence. However, he did not dare to act recklessly. He could almost feel that Yi Shiwen's killing intent was about to materialize. At this time, Elder Yuan finally reacted. The Qinlai in front of him was no longer a junior that he could casually gossip about. Instead, he was an adult who had proven his way above him. However, his heart was already in turmoil. With his physical cultivation, he was actually unable to repair the bloody hole in his hand. This made him even more shocked. Qinlai gradually walked over and walked in front of Yi Shiwen and Elder Yuan. Just when everyone thought that Yi Shiwen and Elder Yuan were going to be in trouble and were going to be dealt with by Qinlai personally, something that shocked everyone happened. "Qinlai, this guy is Gao Qingye." Elder Yuan pointed at Gao Qingye and said, while covering his bleeding palm, "With Qinlai's current status, although he had just proven his way, his status in the Heaven Realm was already completely different. Those who could be personally invited by him were, without exception, old monsters who had proven their way for many years. Kid, don't be arrogant. Where do you think this is? Is this a place where you can act presumptuously?" Elder Yuan was furious. This guy was still so arrogant in this situation. Elder Yuan was about to refute, but Qin Lai did not give him a chance at all. Instead, he said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. Today is my way-proving ceremony. Don't talk nonsense. Whoever causes trouble here today is not giving me face. Whoever makes me unhappy for a moment, I will make him suffer for the rest of his life." It was simply unimaginable that this was a murderous aura that a person could emit. If it was not for the fact that he had broken Elder Yuan's attack with a finger, everyone would have regarded him as a harmless person. Who would have thought that he was actually so terrifying? With a gloomy face, he endured the pain from his palm and said, "Of course I wouldn't dare to do that. However, this person is suspected of slandering our martial sect in public. I'm afraid that this is a premeditated act, so I won't lock him up and interrogate him properly." Just as he was about to inform the sect, suddenly he saw a figure jump out from the depths of the martial sect. It was earth-shattering and landed in front of everyone. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? The scene that they thought would be like Mars colliding with Earth did not happen. On the contrary, the two of them were still talking happily. It was obvious that they had known each other for a long time. Especially that finger technique. It was simply amazing. They had never seen anyone with such amazing attainments in finger technique. Yi Shiwen shouted coldly, and Lu Bufan immediately became silent out of fear. He immediately quieted down. Qin Lai's words became heavier and heavier, causing Elder Yuan's face to be filled with anger. He was shocked and furious at the same time. He did not expect that Qin Lai would not give him any face in public, and it was also because Qin Lai was unparalleled. In front of the gods who had proven their Tao, demigods were like ants. Elder Yuan was shocked and angry. Yi Shiwen actually dared to resist arrest, and his strength was extremely strong, easily breaking his dragon claw. Qin Lai stepped forward and laughed heartily. "When did you come to the heaven realm? Why didn't you let anyone inform me? Ha ha ha! A great genius like you is able to attend my Tao confirmation celebration. It's really an honor." This guy in front of him did not show any strength, and he could not see through his strength at all. Just where did he come from? Everyone who was watching from the side also gasped. Martial great masters had endless martial arts, tyrannical strength, and many trump cards. Therefore, the masters cultivated by martial great masters were almost invincible in the same realm. Even with Elder Yuan's strength at the peak of demigod, his dragon claw was actually broken by a finger. Where did this young man come from, and how could he be so strong? The masters and representatives of the major forces were also secretly speechless. A mere demigod who would dare to say such words. The mastermind behind this. "You think too highly of yourself," Yi Shiwen said with a sneer. "I'm not prepared for yours, so we're even." Qin Lai laughed and said, although he did not meet Yi Shiwen many times, the relationship between the two was really good. Both were heavenly talents of the human race. It was inevitable that there would be some feelings of sympathy. "I've already said it, don't be so shameless," Qin Lai said coldly, and then said to Yi Shiwen, let's go in. "If I knew you were coming, I would have come out to greet you. Ha ha ha, it's my honor. But this Gao Qingye is yours. Bang." "Humph, don't talk nonsense. I'll bring him back for investigation first," Elder Yuan said with a cold snort. After saying that, Elder Yuan directly laughed, and on the spot, a dragon claw grabbed towards Yi Shiwen and Yi Shiwen, as if it was a cage that imprisoned the heavens. Where did this young man come from? Such a change in identity made it a little difficult for him to adapt. A mere demigod. Elder Yuan was so angry that he laughed. Although he was not a master of Tao validation in the heaven realm, with his identity as a follower of martial great master, his status was also noble. How could he be called a mere demigod? "I've just arrived, and I was caught by the elders of your sect, and it happened to be your Tao validation celebration. So I didn't prepare anything and came empty-handed," Yi Shiwen said with a grin. "He is my disciple." Yi Shiwen replied. Chapter 2305. Many years ago, Yi Shiwen had just stepped into the mysterious realm, so he could only be regarded as a middle-level expert in the mysterious world. However, he was now an immortal realm expert, so he could be regarded as a high-level expert in any world. That was why Qin Lai dared to be rude to Elder Yuan. No matter how powerful a demigod was, it was not enough to be mentioned in the same breath as a Tao validation expert who had existed since ancient times. Demigod experts were like leeks that grew in waves and died in waves. This was especially true for humans. Since they could not prove their Tao, their lifespan was no more than 10,000 years. Due to various internal injuries from battles and various other reasons, ordinary demigods could only live for a few thousand years. In contrast, only the gods who had existed since ancient times were the fundamental guarantee for an immortal inheritance to prosper. Now, Yi Shiwen had also begun to accept disciples. It was like a new era had arrived. Leave your disciple outside. When the time comes, someone will naturally guide him to their seats. Come with me. Qin Lai said. All right. Yi Shiwen glanced at Gao Qingye and said, I'll look for you when I come out. Don't worry. He pointed a finger, and a ray of light entered Gao Qingye's body. Then he turned around and followed Qin Lai into the depths of the martial sect. Passing through layers of space, the two came directly to a huge hall. In the depths of the hall, dozens of tyrannical auras were revealed. They were all gods who had achieved Tao validation. They were representatives of major forces and sects within the martial sect. All of them were existences who had achieved Tao validation or above. Only existences who had achieved Tao validation were qualified to enter this hall. The others had to be somewhere else. Naturally, there would be someone to entertain them. When Yi Shiwen and Elder Yuan entered the hall, they immediately attracted the attention of many gods who were chatting happily, especially Qin Lai, who was fully deserving of being the star of the show today. Yet he had abandoned everyone present to receive such a young junior. Even if he seemed to have achieved Tao validation, there was no need for him to personally welcome them. However, what surprised them even more was that Yi Shiwen was actually arranged to sit under Qin Lai. It could be said that Qin Lai respected him very much. Everyone's eyes flickered to Yi Shiwen. They seemed to want to know who this person was, and why Qin Lai treated him so well. The information of various experts who had achieved Tao validation in the immortal inheritance flashed through their minds, but none of them could match the person in front of them. It seemed that there was no such powerful existence in his memories. Qin Lai had no intention of explaining himself. He simply sat back down on his throne, raised his cup and said loudly, "It is my honor to have all of you attend my celebration. Everyone, please have a toast." Everyone raised their cups and drank. The wine that the martial arts sect used to entertain their guests was naturally not rice wine, but wine that contained rich energy. If one took a sip, their cultivation would increase greatly. It was not something that ordinary people could digest. Ordinary people might even explode and die on the spot. Yi Shiwen also revolved the observing person scripture a few times and completely digested the energy contained in the wine. He sighed in his heart. The martial sect was indeed worthy of being the leader of the various powers in the human clan. This kind of foundation and strength was far from what the other powers could compare to. Everyone toasted each other. No one knew what they were thinking, but at least on the surface, it was a happy and harmonious scene. Suddenly, he heard a loud explosion coming from outside. Then his heart suddenly jumped. A burst of divine radiance suddenly exploded in front of him. Not good. Yi Shiwen's expression changed. He immediately flew out and rushed out. Many of the gods present were a little dumbfounded at this time. What was going on? Qin Lai was stunned, but he immediately reacted. His expression suddenly became ugly, and he took a step out. Behind him, the old beggar followed closely and rushed out. Yi Shiwen took the lead and rushed out. He saw that the square was in a mess. The place where many banquets had been placed was now completely messed up. Many people were staggering, and it was a mess. Who else could it be but Gao Qingye, who had fallen to the ground in the center of the square? Above Gao Qingye, a beautiful middle-aged woman in a palace dress looked coldly at Gao Qingye, who had already fallen to the ground. Her slender white palms also had traces of blood, having been shaken by the recoil just now. She didn't expect that she would be injured when she was just trying to kill a nobody. It was a miracle. Yi Shiwen looked at the situation in front of him and saw the surging spiritual power of the middle-aged woman in the palace dress. How could he not know what was going on? Perhaps this middle-aged woman in the palace dress wanted to kill Gao Qingye, which triggered the restriction that Yi Shiwen had left on Gao Qingye's body. It triggered the rebound and caused a violent explosion. Because there were many dangers in the martial sect, Yi Shiwen could not be completely at ease. Therefore, he left a restriction in Gao Qingye's body. Originally, it was just a thought, but he did not expect it to really come in handy. He suddenly became furious, but fortunately he glanced at Gao Qingye. With the protection of the restriction that he had left, he was not killed on the spot. If not for the restriction, he was afraid that he would be killed on the spot. Let's see how you resist. The beautiful middle-aged woman in the palace dress snorted coldly, and a dragon claw directly grabbed down towards Gao Qingye. This kind of firm and fierce dragon claw in her hands was much more powerful than the average man's. In an instant, the sky suddenly changed, and this dragon claw seemed to tear the sky apart. When this level of expert attacked, suddenly the world was filled with a tragic atmosphere. The other people in the square seemed to be suppressed by Mount Tai. They could not move at all. Even breathing was difficult. However, with a cold snort, another fist soared into the sky, rushing towards the beautiful middle-aged woman in palace attire, breaking her dragon claw on the spot. Who are you? The middle-aged woman in the palace dress looked at Yi Shiwen, and her eyes flashed with an extremely dangerous look, as if there was thunder roaring in her eyes. Who are you? Why did you attack my disciple? Yi Shiwen said coldly. You really disappoint me. We have come to visit a dignified martial sect, but we have been attacked several times. Do you really think that we are easy to bully? Yi Shiwen glanced at the crowd and saw that behind the middle-aged woman in the palace dress was Elder Yuan. At this time, Elder Yuan was looking at him with hatred, as if he could not wait to kill him with a sword. Are you his master? The middle-aged woman in the palace dress sneered. Good. Just in time to settle the old and new accounts together. Yi Shiwen was not polite either. The spiritual power in his body surged, confronting the middle-aged woman in the palace dress, not giving in at all. This made the people in the square miserable. Under the aura of the two experts, they were almost crushed. It was really a fight between immortals, and mortals suffered. Stop, Senior Immortal Yuan Miao, what are you doing? When the battle between the two was about to start, Qin Lai jumped out from the depths of martial sect. He glanced at the surrounding situation and then saw Elder Yuan. How could he not know that this was related to Elder Yuan? He glared at him fiercely, then turned to Senior Immortal Yuan Miao and said, Senior Immortal Yuan Miao, are you trying to ruin my place? Qin Lai, today's matter has nothing to do with you. Don't get involved. Senior Immortal Yuan Miao's eyes were full of killing intent, nailing Yi Shiwen and Gao Qingye. Taking advantage of this time, Yi Shiwen had already saved Gao Qingye with Phoenix regeneration technique. Master, this disciple is useless. Gao Qingye said with a face full of guilt. It's okay. This has nothing to do with you. That bitch is not someone ordinary people can deal with. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said, Today, I only want to kill the two of them. Senior Immortal Yuan Miao's beautiful eyes were extremely cold. It has nothing to do with me. Qin Lai was so angry that he laughed. His eyes were even more unfriendly, Today is my Tao validation celebration. You want to touch the guests I invited and kill them at my celebration. In the end, you tell me that it has nothing to do with me. Do you really think that Hen can be bullied? Or something else? Qin Lai's anger was also extremely strong. He had just told Yi Xuan that it didn't matter, and asked him to leave his disciple outside. How long had it been, and now something had happened. It was like a slap to his face. Moreover, it was a fierce slap to his face. His face was burning hot. Senior Immortal Yuan Miao, I'm telling you, I will protect these two people today. You can try. Qin Lai said angrily. Qin Lai, I'm giving face to your family name. But it doesn't mean that you can yell at me and tell me what to do. When I was Tao validation, you were still playing with mud. Senior Immortal Yuan Miao immediately stopped maintaining her gentle face and said directly, Senior Immortal Yuan Miao, do you think I don't know? You still want to avenge your dead son, but you absolutely can't. Qin Lai shook his head and said, Your son has done all kinds of bad things in the mortal world. He cultivates evil martial arts, causing thousands of people to suffer. Such an evil creature, it's fine if he doesn't ascend. If he does, I will smash his head with one slap. At that time, you will also come to settle the score with me. Do you know how much criticism and disdain our martial sect has suffered because of your son's matter? The reputation of martial sect that our ancestors have painstakingly built up cannot be destroyed by you. Only then did Yi Xuan know that this Senior Immortal Yuan Miao was the mother of the guy that Gao Qingye killed before. No wonder she wanted to kill Gao Qingye and Yi Xuan like a madman. For such a woman, there was no reason to speak of. Chapter 2306. It was no wonder that the matter was so complicated. It must be related to the Yuan family, a powerful family in martial sect. Otherwise, it would not be so difficult to handle because the twists and turns were already very obvious. However, as long as a big shot was involved in this world, everything that was originally simple would become complicated. Even martial sect, a sect that claimed to be the pillar of the human race, was no exception. That's easy for you to say. That's the only son of my dead husband. He just killed a few people. So what? Senior Immortal Yuan Miao's face was abnormally mournful. She was as pale as a ghost. In the square, the crowd was in an uproar. How could this not cause an uproar? At their level of cultivation, many people didn't really care about ordinary people. However, this kind of thing couldn't be said out loud. Even if they were inconspicuous like ants, it was still a heinous sin to kill tens of millions of people in one go. Shut up! What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Lai was furious and yelled, Aren't you afraid that I will ruin martial sect's reputation? I will kill him today. From now on, I will withdraw from martial sect. What I do has nothing to do with martial sect anymore. Senior Immortal Yuan Miao sneered coldly. Her smile was extremely mournful. In order to avenge her son, she had gone crazy like a demon that had fallen into hell. Qin Lai, you don't have to say anything more. This crazy woman is already crazy. It's useless to say anything more to her. Yi Xuan stood up and said, From the beginning, this matter had been continuous and endless. He had long been tired of it. He was very tired of it. If you want to touch my disciple, I will die first. If you want to fight, then come out and stop talking nonsense. Yi Xuan stepped out and turned into a stream of light on the spot. Senior Immortal Yuan Miao just glanced at Gao Qingye hatefully and said, I'll deal with you later. The two rushed out of martial sect and flew into the clouds high in the sky. Boom! Senior Immortal Yuan Miao's spiritual power surged in an instant. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled around him. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. The law of thunder surged out. Swish! Senior Immortal Yuan Miao grabbed towards the void, and a long saber appeared on the spot. This was not an ordinary long saber at all. It was condensed from the power of thunder. It was completely condensed from the law of thunder. Even an ordinary god would have to take a few steps back when faced with this blade. What was even more terrifying was that Senior Immortal Yuan Miao's saber completely split the sky in half. Yi Shiwen opened the eyes of redemption and clearly saw that there was a huge thunderbolt talisman in Senior Immortal Yuan Miao's body. It was this thunderbolt talisman that allowed Senior Immortal Yuan Miao to display her thunder technique to the extreme. Ordinary gods had to retreat, otherwise they would be killed by her saber. At the same time, just as Venerable Yuan Miao's saber slashed down towards Yi Shiwen, another Thunder Holy technique descended. This Thunder Holy technique contained the aura of heaven's retribution. Yi Shiwen finally saw that the aura of heaven contained in this sacred technique came from the Thunder Talisman in Senior Immortal Yuan Miao's body. He almost instantly deduced that Venerable Yuan Miao was actually using a Thunderbolt Talisman to collect the lightning tribulations within the heavenly tribulation. All the lightning tribulations within the heavenly tribulation were collected together, which was why they could form such amazing power. This was just like how he used Tianyuan Mirror to collect the heavens' thunder, tribulation, and underworld water in the gods' tribulation. This was a rare technique. However, this was not something that ordinary people could do, especially the underworld water in the gods' tribulation. It could even corrode divine tools. Only Tianyuan Mirror could contain the underworld water. What was the origin of this talisman? It could even collect the heavens' thunder tribulation. It should be known that the energy in the thunder tribulation was secondary. The most important thing was that there was the will of heaven's tribulation in it. This was the most difficult part. The will of heaven's tribulation could even destroy ordinary divine tools on the spot. Obviously, this thunder talisman was not simple. With one slash, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The aftermath of this battle directly shocked the entire martial sect. Countless divine thoughts swept over, paying attention to this battle. Under this slash, Yi Shiwen did not move at all. Everyone thought that Yi Shiwen was stupid. What a strong slash! Sure enough, the legendary thunder talisman in his body is infinitely powerful. That's the thunder talisman that his grandfather personally asked His Majesty Emperor Qin for. It's infinitely powerful. I don't know if Yi Shiwen can take it, but it's hard to say. No matter how powerful Yi Shiwen is, it's hard to say if he encounters Senior Immortal Yuan Miao. Senior Immortal Yuan Miao has gone crazy for his son. He's completely crazy. Oh no! Qin Lai suddenly became anxious. Venerable Immortal Yuan Miao proved his Tao even earlier than when I was born. Now he has even entered the advanced immortal level. Although Yi Shiwen has proved his Tao, he is at most in the beginner immortal level. How are we going to deal with him? Don't worry. I'm afraid the little friend you know is not that simple. However, he was stopped by the old beggar next to him. Compared to Qin Lai, the old beggar was much more confident in Yi Shiwen. This little friend was not that simple. Everyone's heart suddenly tensed up. Who do you think you are? How dare you do this? Senior Immortal Yuan Miao was burning with anger. The long saber condensed from the power of thunder in his hand grew longer and larger with infinite power. Yi Shiwen's expression did not change. He slowly made his move. Although it looked very slow, it was actually as fast as lightning. It was so fast that it was uncomfortable to watch. Boom! In an instant, Yi Shiwen's palm hit the long thunder saber. This was a shocking collision. Both sides made a shocking sound and a dazzling light burst out. Beams of divine light rushed up into the sky. The power of thunder instantly surged out and spread in all directions. However, the scene of Yi Shiwen being hacked to death in everyone's imagination didn't happen. On the contrary, the power of those thunderbolts directly fell on Yi Shiwen's body and was then digested. It didn't erupt with astonishing power as they had imagined. How is this possible? Senior Immortal Yuan Miao was furious. She constantly roared and urged the spiritual power of her whole body, using the thunder talisman in her body to blast Yixuan to death in one fell swoop. Her thunder technique had been cultivated to a very amazing level. It could be described as unpredictable and shocking. Coupled with the thunder talisman in her body, her strength was already enough to run amok. Damn it, I don't believe that I can't kill you today. The spiritual power in Senior Immortal Yuan Miao's body exploded, forming a monstrous thunder vortex. This vortex expanded bigger and bigger, blasting towards Yixuan. In the face of the erupting Senior Immortal Yuan Miao, Yixuan's eyes were incomparably calm. Humph. Yixuan snorted coldly. His 5 fingers instantly clenched into a fist, turning into a human path world. It was lifelike, like a real world. There were all kinds of countries in it, and it instantly blasted into the thunder vortex. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the thunder vortex shattered inch by inch. The unique skill that Senior Immortal Yuan Miao was proud of was nothing in front of Yixuan's 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Isn't that the demon clan's 6 paths of reincarnation fist? How can it be in his hands? And most importantly, there is no demonic chi at all when he uses it? Martial arts sect had fought with the demon clan for many years. How could they not know about the famous 6 paths of reincarnation fist of the demon clan? However, Yixuan's 6 paths of reincarnation fist was completely different from the Azura clan's 6 paths of reincarnation fist that they had seen before. It didn't have that kind of dense demonic energy. On the contrary, it had a kind of majestic feeling. This was the most strange thing about it. Break for me, Yixuan shouted. The human path world that he blasted out with his fist was still bombarding. The thunder vortex that could barely contend with him collapsed in an instant. Yixuan's fist momentum did not diminish, and once again blasted towards Senior Immortal Yuan Miao. Boom! The aftermath of Yixuan's punch was directly caught by Senior Immortal Yuan Miao. I say, don't underestimate me, Senior Immortal Yuan Miao sneered. Her body also exuded a kind of golden light. It was not the light of divinity, but the light of a special cultivation technique. 9-9 Profound Soldier Art. Yixuan narrowed his eyes and immediately remembered that martial arts sect's famous physique cultivation technique. He had seen Qinlai use it once before, but it was not as strong as this time. That's it. I didn't expect a mountain person like you to have heard of it. Watch me send you to hell. Senior Immortal Yuan Miao's slender white palm was wrapped in a layer of golden light. It directly penetrated into the void as if it was tearing the sky apart. The palm momentum carried the infinite power of thunder and instantly slapped down. It was like the power of thunder and lightning. Like Yixuan's tyrant body, the 9-9 Profound Soldier art was even more powerful and domineering. It was fully displayed at this moment. The 9-9 Profound Soldier art is good, but you, crazy woman, are still far from it. Yixuan's face was calm. Suddenly, he raised his palm and turned into an unimaginable light that blasted out. Boom! There was a loud noise, like the collision of 2 huge pieces of gold and iron. The sound was earth-shattering. The fierce power of thunder that erupted tore everything apart. After the attack failed, Yixuan actually took the initiative to attack first. His hands also tore out the power of thunder. What made everyone even more stunned was that the power of thunder that Yixuan's hands tore out also contained the aura of heaven's retribution. It was extremely similar to the power of thunder of Senior Immortal Yuan Miao. What's going on? Chapter 2307. What's going on? Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the power of thunder tearing out of Yixuan's hands. It was extraordinary. Even the gods felt a sense of trembling under such a power of thunder. This was the power of thunder in the deity's tribulation that Yixuan collected back then. Even if one was already a god, facing the deity's tribulation would still make one tremble from the bottom of their heart. What's more, The thunder tribulation that descended during Yi Shiwen's tribulation was far beyond the level of ordinary people. The power of thunder tearing out of Yi Shiwen's hands was condensed from thunder talismans. It was unimaginable that it had the power to tear the world apart. Damn it! At this time, even senior immortal Yuan Miao could feel the strong threat brought by Yi Shiwen. Her slender white palm was covered with densely packed scales. These scales were also composed of thunder magic charms. These thunder magic charms recorded the true essence of the law of thunder. An ordinary person could become an expert in the use of thunder and lightning by simply obtaining one of these magic charms. The majesty of endless thunder pervaded the air and formed a huge thunder whirlpool in the sky. Then, this whirlpool pressed down towards Yi Shiwen. Boom! This was the collision of the power of thunder. It was like the collision of two huge waves of the sea sweeping out in circles. And this was just the beginning. The disaster aura belonging to heaven's tribulation spread out. The huge majesty spread out all at once, crushing the void and shattering the vacuum. Boom! 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 The two fought all the way and rushed into the universe. Such a huge shock alarmed many powerful existences. The aftermath of the battle also caused the world to shake constantly. It was very terrifying. Both of them had god-level combat power. They could shatter the stars with a casual lift of their hands. Neither of them restrained their combat power. They could shatter the galaxy with a wave of their hands. The battle between the two was relatively fierce, especially senior immortal Yuan Miao. Although she was a woman, relying on the 9-9 profound weapon technique, she did not give in at all. She fought more fiercely than anyone Yi Shiwen had ever seen. In the past, with the tyrannical strength of Yi Shiwen's tyrant body technique, not many dared to fight him head-on. Sparks flew all the way in the battle between the two. But slowly, Yi Shiwen still gained the upper hand. Human Dao Fist. Yi Shiwen's fist pierced through the blue dome of heaven. The world of humanity suppressed everything. With the help of this base camp of the human race, his might rose to an astonishing level. This is the human Dao Fist. Impossible. I've seen the Shura tribe's 6 paths of reincarnation fist before. It doesn't have such power. Senior immortal Yuan Miao, whose thunderbolt was dispersed by Yi Shiwen's punch, kept retreating and roaring. Unlike Yi Shiwen, she had been focusing on the cultivation of the thunder law for many years. Although she had also cultivated the 9-9 profound weapon technique, it was nothing compared to her thunder law. His fist technique, palm technique, blade technique, sword technique, the power of thunder, the law of fire. His attacking methods were almost endless. He was constantly changing. What was even more terrifying was that he had cultivated each of them to the pinnacle. Senior immortal Yuan Miao's eyes were full of incredulity. He couldn't believe it at all. How was this possible? Even a god with infinite time would not play like this. Because the same amount of time was concentrated in any one of them, the achievements obtained would far exceed the achievements obtained by spreading the time. What was even more terrifying was that Yi Shiwen's 6 paths of reincarnation fist gave him a great deal of pressure, especially in the heavenly realm. The human Dao Fist of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist could be said to be like a fish in water here. Faintly, it even received the power of the heavenly realm's laws, making his power even more powerful. To be able to cultivate to this point, he was probably not simple. Senior immortal Yuan Miao was not the only one who was shocked. Even the martial arts sect and the Dao validation experts of the major forces were shocked and dumbfounded. Especially the Jade Void Sage Master, he was even more shocked. He had fought with Yi Shiwen once before, but at that time, he only felt that Yi Shiwen was unfathomable. He couldn't figure out Yi Shiwen's foundation, which was enough to make him extremely fearful. Otherwise, with his dignified identity as the Jade Void Sage Master, how could he let it go when he was ignored like this? However, he never expected that Yi Shiwen would be strong to this extent. His aura was terrifying. If it were him, he would have been defeated at this time. Yi Shiwen had almost no weaknesses. He had infinite strength and great momentum. He was proficient in all kinds of law martial arts to a terrifying extent. Moreover, his movement technique was excellent and his speed was extremely fast. He was almost a monster with no weaknesses. Senior Immortal Yuan Miao's strength was still above him. But under Yi Shiwen's attack, he had already begun to fall into a disadvantageous position. If it were him, he would probably be in a worse situation. After breaking through the thunder vortex of Senior Immortal Yuan Miao, Yi Shiwen took a step forward and rushed directly in front of Senior Immortal Yuan Miao in an instant. He blasted his fist out again. For him, this move had not been used at all. For Senior Immortal Yuan Miao, the power of his fist was almost endless. It was continuous like waves with infinite power. Even if he was only using the human Dao fist, it was already tyrannical and terrifying. Above Yi Shiwen's head, a world of the human clan appeared. Originally, it was just a relatively blurry world with no special characteristics. However, at this time, Senior Immortal Yuan Miao was horrified to find that the human Dao fist that Yi Shiwen blasted out had evolved into a world that gradually evolved into the appearance of the Heaven Realm. The mountains, rivers, astronomy, and geography had almost begun to approach the appearance of the Heaven Realm. This discovery suddenly made her a little frightened. How is this possible? As the world above Yi Shiwen's head continued to become more like the Heaven Realm, the power of the human Dao fist that Yi Shiwen blasted out was also greater. It was as if he had faintly completed the fusion with the Heaven Realm and borrowed the power of the Heaven Realm. And his vision was not wrong. Yi Shiwen was actually borrowing the power of the Heaven Realm. He did not achieve Dao in the Heaven Realm, so there was no fetters or involvement for the Heaven Realm. However, with the help of the human Dao fist, he actually completed the connection with the Heaven Realm. This was the most difficult thing. He was also extremely excited in his heart. This meant that the power of the human Dao fist might be even stronger. It might even surpass all of his martial arts and become the most powerful martial art he had so far. Moreover, in the Heaven Realm, this power would be even more obvious. In his world, a white rainbow soared into the sky. The space between the heavens and the earth was covered, completely replaced by the light that erupted from him. As soon as he made his move, he blasted out a complete human Dao world. Crack, crack! In front of him, those thunder talismans shattered and disintegrated, disappearing from Yi Shiwen's human Dao world. Many of them were even absorbed by him. It could be said that in front of him, Senior Immortal Yuan Miao was simply retreating. Go to hell! Facing Yi Shiwen's constant pressure, Senior Immortal Yuan Miao was not a kind person. Her eyes suddenly opened, and around her body, a green lotus actually appeared. Under the contrast of this green lotus, she looked even more noble and unparalleled. The aura that represented a kind of tribulation instantly exuded. As soon as this green lotus appeared, Yi Shiwen immediately felt a strong threat. This green lotus represented a kind of doomsday tribulation aura. The aura of rebirth after the tribulation was also getting stronger. Green lotus sacred technique. Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly opened wide. This was the martial sect's Emperor Qin's famous lost technique, the Blue Lotus Holy Technique. Once this holy technique was used, one's own strength would be burned out, and it would erupt with destructive power. Boom! Layers of green light erupted from the green lotus. It actually directly bounced off Yi Shiwen's human Dao power that was suppressing over, preventing it from approaching Senior Immortal Yuan Miao's body. At this time, Senior Immortal Yuan Miao's body seemed to be burning with a group of flames. This group of flames was in the shape of a green lotus. Looking at it, she looked noble and holy, just like the green lotus saintess. However, only the people of martial sect knew the mystery behind it. It was precisely because they knew the power and flaws of green lotus sacred technique that not everyone could control Green Lotus sacred technique. Even after the transformation of Emperor Qin, this Green Lotus sacred technique was still difficult for ordinary people to control. According to the ancestral teachings of martial sect, unless it was a life and death situation, the Green Lotus sacred technique was not allowed to be used. Senior Immortal Yuan Miao was actually forced to use Green Lotus sacred technique. What is the origin of this Yi Shiwen? A martial sect, Master murmured. As the inheritance of the emperor, the status of martial sect was even higher than that of the king's sect. How could they not feel proud and arrogant? In the same realm, martial sect represented almost invincibility, but Senior Immortal Yuan Miao was suppressed to this point by Yi Shiwen, whose realm was far inferior to her. She was even forced to use Green Lotus sacred technique. It was inevitable for them to have a feeling of sympathy in their hearts. After all, Senior Immortal Yuan Miao was their fellow disciple for thousands of years, and Yi Shiwen was just an outsider. But now that things had come to this, it was useless to say anything. The two of them had obviously gone all out, and it was impossible for them to dissuade them for a while. Above the sky, everyone could see with their naked eyes that countless spiritual energies were rapidly condensing and pouring into the Green Lotus behind Senior Immortal Yuan Miao. The Green Lotus was also blooming little by little. From the original bud, it quickly bloomed into a stunning and beautiful Green Lotus. It exuded a kind of heroic and demonic charm, and a sense of doom and annihilation. This was an extremely dangerous feeling. Senior Immortal Yuan Miao grinned, and a crazy look climbed up her beautiful face. On her slender white palm, a kind of flame exuded, forming a green lotus. You can be proud to be able to force me to use Green Lotus sacred technique, even if you die. Chapter 2308. This Green Lotus sacred technique is really terrifying. Legend has it that this secret technique was obtained by the Qin Emperor. Later on, it was improved by him. Otherwise, other than the Qin Emperor, no one else would be able to use it. Until now, although the people of the martial organization have received the secret technique, they rarely use it. However, I have also heard of the Green Lotus secret technique for a long time, but I have never seen it. Rumor has it that with the addition of Green Lotus sacred technique, one's strength can be greatly improved. Even the improved version is no exception. This is the secret technique of Emperor Qin. Seeing the Green Lotus sacred technique that Senior Yuan Miao burst out, everyone was shocked. Many people also understood what it meant to be forced to use the Green Lotus sacred technique. It was almost like being forced to a dead end. After using the Green Lotus sacred technique, Senior Yuan Miao's body broke out with countless power, as if she was the only overlord in the world. The Green Lotus petal bloomed one by one. There were countless worlds inside. The universe was born and destroyed. A scene of a universe was removed. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, or a sea of lava and fire appeared. Senior Yuan Miao's power was getting stronger and stronger. A layer of flame coat appeared around her body. It was completely condensed by the Green Lotus sacred flame, full of destructive power and destructive power. Today is the day you die. Being forced to this point, Senior Yuan Miao had gone completely crazy. Facing Yi Shiwen, her slender white hands directly tore apart. The boundless power of thunder and lightning fused with the Green Lotus sacred flame. The power of thunder and fire slammed down towards Yi Shiwen. Boom! The two directly collided with each other. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt that this Green Lotus sacred flame even rushed up directly. Like a fierce beast, it bit Yi Shiwen's arm and completely devoured his arm. Yi Shiwen retreated again and again. He constantly circulated his spiritual power to destroy this Green Lotus sacred flame. However, Senior Yuan Miao did not give him the time at all. She directly rushed up on the spot. The Green Lotus sacred flame was even more blazing. Yi Shiwen retreated again and again. He had been prepared for this. However, the might of the green lotus holy flame was far beyond his imagination. It contained a kind of terrifying, destructive power. He couldn't help but shudder. It wasn't something that an ordinary person could imagine. If not for his tyrant body supporting him, an ordinary person would have already been burned to ashes. What was even more shocking was that this green lotus sacred fire was a double-edged sword. When it burned others, it also burned itself, and at the same time, it was also burned by the green lotus sacred fire. There must be some secret method in the martial sect to prevent itself from being burned to ashes by the green lotus sacred fire. He could only continue to extinguish the green lotus sacred fire. After a long time, he finally extinguished the green lotus sacred fire, but he was already at a complete disadvantage. Facing the crazy senior immortal Yuan Miao, Yi Shiwen couldn't fight recklessly. The power of the green lotus sacred fire was too great. Damn it! Yi Shiwen let out a loud roar. A demonic aura rushed out of his body and formed a flag that wrapped around him. Then, a raging fire appeared on the surface of his body. It was the Nanming Li fire. Some sharp-eyed people immediately recognized that this was the Nanming Li fire. Many people's eyes flashed with astonishment because there were too many secrets on Yi Shiwen's body. Whether it was the Nanming mythical fire or the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, they were all supreme secret techniques that belonged to the ancient phoenix realm or the demon realm. Where did he get them from? Moreover, it was so pure. It didn't seem like it was forcefully cultivated after getting a scale. He should have obtained the most correct cultivation method. In particular, wasn't the Nanming Li fire said that only the most authentic bloodline of the Phoenix clan could practice it? How come it didn't seem to be the case at this time? Could it be that Yi Shiwen also had the bloodline of the Phoenix clan? Qin Lai, this little friend you know, isn't simple either. The old beggar picked up the wine gourd, took a sip, and said with a sigh. Qin Lai nodded solemnly. Yi Shiwen's methods were much more powerful than his initial guess. Originally, he thought that Yi Shiwen would be defeated by Senior Immortal Yuan Miao's Green Lotus Sacred Fire. Now it seemed that it was not that simple. Sigh, what a misfortune! This was the first time that Yi Shiwen had resorted to a divine tool. This indicated that Yi Shiwen was starting to get serious. It also indicated that such an intense battle a moment ago hadn't been able to move Yi Shiwen even a little bit and force him to use his true strength. This little friend's fighting style seems to be of the same origin as our martial sect. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation technique is completely different, I would have even thought that he was a disciple secretly taken in by some supreme expert of our martial sect. The old beggar said with emotion, if this was the case, then it would be great. It was definitely not a bad thing to have such a genius. This was not impossible. In fact, apart from a few of them who cultivated all day long, many of them had not changed their cultivation for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. It was very normal for them to wander around. They could casually give some pointers to a child, and after many years, that child would become an overlord of a world. Such cases could be said to be common, and it was not strange. If this was the case, then it would be great. However, each of the martial arts that Yi Shiwen used was very famous martial arts, completely different from their martial sect. So this could only be regarded as a joke. With the demon summoning banner protecting him, Yi Shiwen suddenly felt much better. There was the Nanming mythical fire on the outside, the demon summoning banner in the middle, and his own tyrant body, which greatly improved his resistance against Green Lotus sacred fire. Sky flipping seal! He roared and pinched a seal with both hands. His right hand directly turned into a huge seal, and it went towards venerable immortal Yuan Miao in the air. Yi Shiwen's sky-flipping seal rolled, and the world shook. It covered the sky as if the world was really going to roll over. That was why it was called sky-flipping seal. It contained unimaginable power. Die! Venerable immortal Yuan Miao's eyes burst with light. She stepped on the refining, and her body burst out like a cannonball. She directly integrated Green Lotus sacred fire into her thunderbolt vortex and blasted towards Yi Shiwen. Boom! The thunderbolt vortex and Yi Shiwen's sky flipping seal collided directly. It was another shocking collision, and both sides were evenly matched. He retreated continuously. Initially, venerable immortal Yuan Miao was just an ordinary late-stage immortal level. Her strength was indeed insignificant compared to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen had long been able to sweep away late-stage immortal level experts. However, with the help of Green Lotus sacred technique, venerable immortal Yuan Miao could soar to peak late-stage immortal level in one go. It was enough to compete with Yi Shiwen. This Green Lotus sacred technique was really amazing. It was worthy of being Emperor Qin's lost technique. It had been improved. It was said that Emperor Qin relied on the Green Lotus sacred technique to fight people of a higher level in the past. It was almost like Yi Shiwen now. However, Yi Shiwen was the first to break away from the aftermath of the collision. Then, an amazing light burst out in an instant. At that moment, the sky-splitting sword appeared in Yi Shiwen's hand. The divine sword's power soared into the sky. It was incomparably grand. It rushed into the sky and directly drew a huge ray of light that soared into the sky. He did not want to wait anymore and was determined to solve the problem. What? You actually have a divine weapon? Venerable immortal Yuan Miao did not expect that Yi Shiwen would still hide his strength until now. She was even more furious. He was obviously looking down on her. If she did not use the Green Lotus sacred technique, she might not even be able to force Yi Shiwen to use his trump card. At that moment, everyone watching the battle was also shocked. Yi Shiwen had not used all his trump cards. However, venerable immortal Yuan Miao was completely different. She had used all her trump cards and even used the Green Lotus sacred fire. How many trump cards does he have that he hasn't used? That divine weapon is so powerful, but I seem to have seen it somewhere before. I remember now. That's the sky-splitting sword. It's the sword of the Hidden Valley's Lord of Flames. In that case, he's actually from the Hidden Valley. Many people suddenly shouted. It turned out that he was from the Hidden Valley. In particular, the Lord of Flames was extremely famous. Even in the Heaven Realm, they had heard of him. Some people had even seen the Lord of Flames battle in the early years. With the sky-splitting sword, he was almost invincible. However, the cultivation of the Lord of Flames was getting more and more profound. His status was also rising, so he rarely fought in person. Therefore, many people had even forgotten about his prestige. He's from the Hidden Valley? The old beggar said in surprise. The Hidden Valley was also a very huge king-level force. There were countless experts in the sect. Probably. I originally wanted to recommend him to join our martial sect. Who would have thought that it would be delayed because of various things? Now he has even joined the Hidden Valley. But in general, he is also a human. Our human race has another great expert, so we should be happy. Qin Lai nodded and said, That's hard to say. There are thousands of experts of the human race outside. Not many of them still have their clan in their heart. It's hard to say for this little friend, said the old beggar. What sword is this? Venerable immortal Yuan Miao was shocked. But while she was still in shock, Yi Shiwen had already pressed down. Carrying supreme pressure, he directly slashed down and instantly suppressed her on the spot. King Tyrannical Descent. The coercion of Yi Shiwen's long sword directly crushed down. It was irresistible. The Green Lotus sacred fire around Senior Immortal Yuan Miao's body was suppressed by Yi Shiwen. The hidden armor on his body was completely shattered. Puff! Venerable Immortal Yuan Miao spurted out a mouthful of blood. She was directly slashed by Yi Shiwen's sword, and her body was almost severed. Suddenly, in the void, a big hand suddenly grabbed out and took Venerable Immortal Yuan Miao away on the spot. The speed was so fast that even Yi Shiwen couldn't react. Chapter 2309. The speed of this big hand was so fast that even Yi Shiwen couldn't react in time. He could only watch the big hand rescue Senior Immortal Yuan Miao. Yi Shiwen's face immediately turned ugly. A super expert had intervened in the battle between the two. With the current cultivation of the two, even an Eternal Realm expert couldn't take Senior Immortal Yuan Miao away so silently without Yi Shiwen having any reaction. Deputy Patriarch of Martial Sect. In Yi Shiwen's mind, only these 5 words appeared. The Deputy Patriarch of Martial Sect that only existed in legends. If it was really the Deputy Patriarch of Martial Sect, then it was indeed not someone he could deal with at present. He slowly landed in Martial Sect. Brother Yi, this matter. Qin Lai's face was also extremely ugly. However, in Martial Sect, his status was not high enough to be compared with such a top magnate. Forget it. Yi Shiwen's face was cold. He had no enmity with Senior Immortal Yuan Miao. But now that Gao Qingye had become his disciple, he would naturally accept any karma that arose. Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen differently. They originally thought that he was a mountain man who came out of nowhere, but just now, they discovered that he was from Hidden Valley. Moreover, it was likely that he was a newcomer valued by the Flame Lord. This was completely different. The Flame Lord was now in charge of all the affairs of Hidden Valley. His status was not trivial. In addition, he was also a well-known powerhouse. Even if he did not want to give face, he still had to give face. No matter how many times your boss wants to settle this matter, I will accept the matter of my disciple Gao Qingye. If there is anything, feel free to look for me. Yi Shiwen said lightly. Everyone in Martial Sect looked quite embarrassed. In the end, this matter was not something that their Martial Sect was in the right. It would be a family scandal if it was revealed. Martial Sect had such an evil creature, but they still had to seek justice for this evil creature. This matter was not good no matter how they looked at it. Qin Lai, I won't say much about this matter. I think you should also understand that I came this time because I didn't come without a reason. I also have something to ask of you. Yi Shiwen said. Tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it. Qin Lai patted his chest and said. The matter just now had made him lose face. Naturally, he wanted to redeem it. Is there a secret room? Let's talk in detail. Yi Shiwen said. Yes, come with me. Qin Lai directly brought Yi Shiwen to the depths of the Martial Sect. After such a thing happened, he no longer had any interest in continuing the banquet. Qin Lai led Yi Shiwen into a secret room, and then said, You can speak. This is the place where I usually do closed-door training. No one will be able to hear you. It's like this. I need to go to the human world for something. I don't know if you have any way to help me? Yi Shiwen asked. Originally, he wanted to directly enter the human world, but later on, he discovered that the human world was very strange. It was not like other worlds. There was no entrance at all. It was simply a subordinate space of the Heaven Realm. Without going through the Heaven Realm, it was impossible to directly enter. Otherwise, there was no need for him to waste his breath. Qin Lai suddenly hesitated. Although I don't know what you want to do in the human world, I can tell you that it's impossible. Why? Yi Shiwen asked. Could it be that the son of Senior Immortal Yuan Miao is also a native of the human world? It was because he heard about the son of Senior Immortal Yuan Miao that he had a sudden inspiration. To be honest, this matter is related to the ancestor of our Qin family, Emperor Qin. Many years ago, because of the invasion of the demon race, after the ancestor achieved enlightenment, he sealed the human world with great power and became a subordinate space of the Heaven Realm, in order to protect the human race in the human world from being invaded by external evil. Unless all the human race in the Heaven Realm die in battle, no one can affect the development of the human world. In the words of the ancestor, we people cultivate martial arts and ascend to a better plane, not to let us be superior, but to protect these ordinary people. Qin Lai said. Yi Shiwen immediately felt respect. Emperor Qin was indeed a powerful person, with a big heart and great courage. But at the same time, he was also extremely disappointed in his heart. How many people in this world could unlock the seal and barrier left by Emperor Qin? No matter how arrogant he was, he didn't dare to say so. That is the starting place of our human race, and also the root of our human race. It is a matter of great importance, and there can be no mistakes. I'm not very clear about the specific internal reasons, but since the ancestor sealed the human world, the people in the human world can ascend to the heaven realm after cultivating to the transcendent realm, which is what they call the 10,000 life realm. However, it is extremely difficult for us to go back to the human world. In fact, the son of Senior Immortal Yuan Miao was sent to the lower realm after spending countless resources. We wanted to use the environment of the human world to hone him. Who would have thought that he would become such an evil creature later? Qin Lai said with a face of disappointment, "The environment of the human world is far inferior to the heaven realm. Those who can stand out from it are all peerless talents without exception, just like Gao Qingye. If he is nurtured well, it won't take long for him to improve rapidly. These people are at least in the demigod realm. If the opportunity is right, it is even possible for them to directly prove their Tao." Yi Shiwen understood that barren mountains and unruly rivers gave birth to unruly people. However, such an environment also cultivated people to have a stronger will. Moreover, they were able to cultivate to the transcendent realm in that kind of environment, just like Huang Wuji. Although he was restricted by the environment of the true martial domain and couldn't break through further in terms of talent, Yi Shiwen felt that he was not inferior to those peerless talents. However, he suddenly reacted and said, "You said that it is extremely difficult, not impossible, right?" "Yes, it is not impossible. In fact, we often send talented seedlings to the lower realm. Firstly, it is to train them. Secondly, it is also to control the information of the lower realm to prevent any changes that we don't know about," said Qin Lai. Qin Lai said, "But it's impossible for you. What's your current cultivation? You've already proven your Tao with the laws and environment of the human world. Once you enter, wouldn't the world be in chaos? If your cultivation goes one step further, the laws you cultivate will be able to shatter the human world. The restriction left behind by the ancestor is to prevent experts like you from entering." After listening, Yi Shiwen was disappointed. He didn't expect that the result would be like this when he finally found hope. He still didn't have the strength to break the seal left by the Qin Emperor. "No, I must not give up on this matter." Yi Shiwen's eyes were burning with fighting spirit again. This matter was not only related to his unfulfilled wish, but more importantly, it was related to his Tao validation. If he couldn't settle the knot in his heart, then his Tao validation would be like a flower in the mirror and the moon in the water. But if you just plan to go down to the mortal world to do something, it is not impossible, said Qin Lai. Your real body definitely can enter. Otherwise, the order of time and space will be chaotic. But this doesn't mean that there is no other way. Your divine thoughts can enter it. Yi Shiwen suddenly came to a realization. His face showed a look of surprise and said, "That's right, it can be done like this." For him, he just had an unfulfilled wish. He didn't have to go to the spirit incarnation with his real body. It was also a projection of his own will. Why not? Thinking of this, he was suddenly enlightened. However, you have to know that every time we open a crack in the seal, we need to pay a huge price. Even if other immortal inheritances ask us to open it, we also need to spend a lot of resources, said Qin Lai, looking at Yi Shiwen. No problem, what's the price? Yi Shiwen was suddenly full of pride. Didn't they know that his nickname was the legendary Tycoon? In the end, Yi Shiwen also paid a huge price, a total of 30 pseudo-divine tools. At that time, he didn't have time to use the pseudo-divine tools, but he had to hand over all of them. Although they were only pseudo-divine tools and couldn't be compared with the value of the divine tools, the difference between them and the divine tools was only the Tao patterns engraved by the gods. Even the refining materials of the pseudo-divine tools were better than some divine tools. When these materials were broken down, they were also priceless. In the future, it was not impossible for them to be promoted to divine tools. At the cost of 30 divine tools, Yi Shiwen finally had the opportunity to send a wisp of his divine thoughts into the human world. In the human world, ancient Fuzhou City, one of the 32 base cities in China, stood in the south of China. It was a popular base city since the cataclysm. It had not been abolished until now, and even began to expand more and more. The problem of urbanization that was discussed thousands of years ago was no longer a problem now. A few years ago, because of the unknown object that fell from the sky, this city was under martial law. For their lives, it was nothing more than a passing cloud, and they had long forgotten about it. The social changes brought about by scientific and technological progress had already greatly changed the society. However, more resources were used to vigorously develop the military, and the military also consumed too many resources. Although the people's livelihood had improved, compared with thousands of years ago, there had not been such earth-shaking changes that people imagined. Robots that replaced human labor in science fiction did not appear. However, compared with the cataclysm that occurred in 2012 AD, the biggest change was that martial arts began to prevail among human beings. The cataclysm made people aware of the existence of tyrannical demonic beasts in this world. Ordinary soldiers with guns were nothing in front of these tyrannical, demonic beasts. Even the nuclear bombs that humans relied on to rampage were nothing in front of some of the powerful demonic beasts' ancestors. So far, human beings had embarked on a road of equal emphasis on science and martial arts. It had been more than 1,000 years since then. In the lively campus, a handsome boy of 18 or 19 years old was holding a history book and reading silently. Chapter 2310. It had been over 1,000 years since he had left Earth. No matter how lucky he was, he knew that he would never have the chance to see his parents and relatives again. When he first heard the news, he immediately fainted. The feelings that he had suppressed in his heart suddenly burst out like a mountain torrent. He was muddle-headed for a year before he finally pulled himself together. At least he did not forget the reason why he came here. He was just a body formed by the condensation of the original body spirit. Naturally, it was impossible for him to have the strength of the original body. He could only practice from the beginning. Fortunately, when he first condensed his body, he condensed it in the most perfect state. In this way, he was a great genius, and any martial arts were at his fingertips. In addition, he had already practiced it once, so he was very familiar with it. In just a few years, he had already practiced to the Xiantian great perfection. This was without him deliberately practicing, and without any fortuitous encounters. He was almost relying on his own talent to practice. At this time, he really felt what a real genius was like. Compared to his original hard practice, it was not at the same level at all. But in terms of speed, it was faster than the original body's practice. He could only sigh with emotion. People were indeed born unequal. With the experience and martial arts realm of the original body as a foundation, as long as he was willing, he could break into the truth realm in just a breath's time. But for his current identity, the Xiantian great perfection realm was enough to deal with most of the troubles. Yes, he had now re-entered the school and became a senior high school student. Back then, it was just a fake identity to deceive people. But now it had become the mainstream of his life these few years. His face was too young, and he looked like a teenager, which was the best way to disguise himself as a student. Over the past few years, he had become somewhat famous in this number 8 high school. Everyone knew that Yi Shiwen was in the 3rd year of high school. He spent his free time in the library, and he specialized in reading history books. Only history books. There were people who liked to spend time in the library, but there was no such weirdo who only read history books and only read history books. However, although this weirdo only studied history and focused on history, his results were still considered top-notch. At the very least, his results in social sciences were top-notch. His results in martial sciences were also passable. Compared to more than 1,000 years ago, what students were learning now was undoubtedly much more complicated. It was no longer divided into liberal arts and science, but civil and martial arts. Liberal arts taught students some knowledge of science and technology, while martial arts taught them some knowledge of martial arts. Therefore, the students of the new era, no matter how much they were biased toward certain subjects, many years ago, they were still considered to be well-versed in both the pen and the sword. However, these things were not difficult for Yi Shiwen. Compared to proving the Tao, all of this was child's play. How can I break the knot in my heart? Yi Shiwen put down the book. Right now, there were only two things he did every day. One was to think about how to break the knot in his heart, and the other was to search for his family's descendants. He looked through those history books, hoping to find some clues. Ancient Fuzhou City was one of the 32 base cities that suffered relatively little damage and was not affected by too many demon beasts. His parents might have survived, and perhaps there were still descendants of his family left behind. Now, this had almost become his obsession. He was also very clear that this kind of obsession, the more persistent it was, the more difficult it was to resolve, but he had no other way. Fortunately, he had a lot of time to solve this problem, and time was not so urgent that he needed to solve it in a short period of time. Yi Shiwen, Yi Shiwen. A burst of disorderly footsteps and a hurried voice disrupted his thoughts. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Yi Shiwen smiled and looked up. It was a 17 or 18 years old handsome boy dressed in a blue school uniform, walking quickly towards him. A goddamn bastard got cold feet, and now there is one less black in 5. The boy said hurriedly. Yi Shiwen smiled. This boy's name was Gao Tianxi, a good friend of his for the past few years. He was also a famous school hunk in No. 8 high school, with an extraordinary family background and a handsome appearance. He was the target of many girls. Outstanding in liberal arts, outstanding in martial sciences, and at a young age he had already broken through to the Xiantian realm. In No. 8 high school, there were only about 10 people at this age who had such cultivation. It looked like there were only about 10, but there were thousands of people in the 3rd year of No. 8 high school, so one could imagine that he was definitely an influential figure. Therefore, many people were very curious, such a perfect person in all aspects. How could such a person be good friends with that history geek? Thanks to Gao Tianxi, he had not been disturbed for the past few years. Can't you just pull another person in? Yi Shiwen said, shaking his head. He knew that Gao Tianxi was not talking about the game of League of Legends from 1,000 years ago, but Mecha World, a completely virtual mecha game. Since the cataclysm more than 1,000 years ago, mankind had embarked on the road of development of both science and martial arts, and in martial arts there were unparalleled masters. In the field of science and technology originally only existed in various science fiction novels, and with the help of mecha, even ordinary people could have the ability to fight against demon beasts. Although there were some extremely tyrannical existences who could fight against demon beasts with bare hands, but after all, only a few people had this kind of talent. After all, the majority of people who practice martial arts could only strengthen their bodies to protect themselves. Compared to the destructive power of demon beasts, it could be said that it was far from enough. The emergence of mecha, on the other hand, allowed ordinary people to have the ability to fight against demon beasts, and in order to cultivate more mecha pilots, the government developed this completely virtual mecha game, which could simulate live mecha combat. As soon as this game was released, it immediately set off a frenzy, especially among men. It set off an endless craze. In every man's heart, there was a hidden element of violence, but not everyone had the opportunity to release it. As soon as this game was released, it immediately became popular throughout the human world, and the main force was the students of various major universities. In the mecha world, a 5-man battle team was the basic equipment, and many people had their own fixed battle team. Some strong battle teams may even be valued by the military and be absorbed into the army as soon as they entered. They would have a high military rank and enjoy good treatment. Even if they were not absorbed into the army, they could still form their own battle team and gallop in the real world, becoming a mercenary team. Speaking of which, Yi Shiwen and Gao Tianxi's lives should not have intersected. But unexpectedly they did, because once Yi Shiwen accidentally revealed the strength of the virtual mecha, and for a time shocked the heavens, and so the intersection between them was born. Where did you come from? My battle team is a 3-star battle team, and those who can be selected are all strong people. Do you think you can casually find someone like me? Gao Tianxi immediately said, looking at Yi Shiwen with eyes full of expectation. In the mecha world, the strength of pilots and mecha battle teams was measured by the level of 1 star to 9 stars, 1 star to 3 stars. 1 star to 3 stars was the level of pure amateur. 4 stars to 6 stars was the level of the real professional ranks. This level was also the level of experts in the army, and 7 stars to 9 stars was the level of the real top experts. The existence of single-handedly shuttling back and forth in groups of demon beasts. Although Gao Tianxi's battle team was only at the level of 3 stars, but among the amateur battle teams, it was already considered very good. Yes, 4-star battle teams basically only existed in universities, and the professional ranks of 5 stars and 6 stars were mostly signed by official clubs to participate in all kinds of competitions. Their strength was very strong. Being able to have a 3-star battle team in high school was already considered first class. I'm telling you, this time you must help me. I must win this match. My battle team has won 9 matches in a row. As long as we win 1 more match, we can rush into the ranks of 4-star battle teams. Gao Tianxi said. Yi Shiwen looked at Gao Tianxi. This kid's family background was very good. He grew up playing mecha. His level was already at the level of 5 stars. It was quite amazing. He could even become the main force of an ordinary professional club. However, his teammates were not good. His team members were only at the level of 3 stars, causing his battle team to be unable to become a 4-star battle team. One was not afraid of godlike opponents, but they were afraid of pig-like teammates. Although Gao Tianxi's teammates were not that bad, they were clearly holding back Gao Tianxi's performance. In the past, he had tried to become a 4-star battle team several times, but in the end he had failed. As long as you help me win, I will introduce my sister to you. I guarantee that she will be beautiful. Gao Tianxi's expression at this time was slightly wretched. I want to say, are you sure that she is your biological sister? Yi Shiwen said with a face full of black lines. Of course. She is my biological sister. Do you think that I will casually recommend anyone else? Gao Tianxi looked at Yi Shiwen with a look of contempt. If you are a good brother, then don't refuse. Let's go. Then Gao Tianxi dragged Yi Shiwen to the school's virtual room without saying anything. To connect to the mecha world, different equipment was needed, and the degree of simulation of different equipment was naturally different. And in 8th high school, there were first-class mecha simulation cabins open to the students. They were all in the virtual room. Brothers, I have brought back a great master for you, Gao Tianxi said. In a huge virtual room, there were no less than 100 simulation cabins, and this was only one of the simulation rooms. As one of the key cities in the city, 8th high school was indeed rich and overbearing. Boss, we did not study much, but you can't lie to us. Who doesn't know this history geek? Next to a few transparent simulation cabins, a tall and strong teenager suddenly complained. Next to him, there was a short and fat teenager, and a thin teenager. They also had a somewhat helpless look on their faces. Che, don't be surprised. Just wait for it to blind your corium gold dog eyes. Gao Tianxi curled his lips and said, but it could be seen that the relationship between them was very good. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Chapter 23:11. Yi Shiwen, let me introduce you to these guys. Gao Tianxi said, this guy is called Yang Kong. He is mainly responsible for suppressing fire. Gao Tianxi pointed to one of the taller players and said, Yang Kong. Yi Shiwen seemed to have thought of something. This guy is called Guangbaran. He is responsible for scouting and attracting aggro. His close combat ability is excellent. This was the skinny teenager with a somewhat despicable smile on his face. This is Chao Hong, main MT. This was the only remaining teenager with a relatively fat body. Now, we're short of a sniper. I remember seeing your sniping skills. You should be able to do it. Gao Tianxi looked at Yi Shiwen. Although the others were obviously a bit suspicious, Gao Tianxi was the soul of this team. His prestige was too high, and others could not refute him. This match was too important. It was related to whether or not they could be promoted to a 4-star team. That was the line between amateurs and professionals. Gao Tianxi's strength had long been enough, but the rest of them were obviously much weaker. Therefore, they had not succeeded after several attempts. This time, however, was the closest their team had ever been to success. As long as they won one more match, they could become a 4-star team. For them, this was naturally very important. The difference between a 3-star team and a 4-star team was completely different. It was a completely different world. If not for this reason, they would not have objected to Gao Tianxi bringing Yi Shiwen in. Anyway, it was just for fun. The opponents they encountered were completely random 3-star teams. However, as the number of victories increased, the random 3-star teams became more powerful. If it was not because of Gao Tianxi's sudden burst of strength, perhaps they would have been defeated. This time, the original sniper couldn't come because he had something to do. They were already short of soldiers. With the addition of this historical weirdo, the future was bleak. However, the prestige that Gao Tianxi had accumulated over the years played a complete role at this time. But at this time there was no other way, because the match would start in a few minutes. At this time, there was no way to change people even if they wanted to. Yi Shiwen, hurry up, I will add you to our team. Gao Tianxi did not care what the other 3 thought and said directly. This kind of competition could only be participated in by their own team. Yi Shiwen didn't hesitate. He had already been dragged to this point, so he didn't think too much about it. He just needed to finish this game. He sat down in the transparent cockpit and a holographic screen appeared in front of him. It was the login page. He entered his account password and immediately entered the mecha world. In front of him was a 15 or 16 meter tall mecha with a slender body and a 20 meter long sniper rifle. The mecha's dark green color made it look delicate and alluring. Yang Kong and the other 2 almost fainted when they saw Yi Shiwen's huge mecha. It was not because Yi Shiwen's mecha was too awesome. On the contrary, it was because this mecha was too much of a scam. This sniper-type mecha was called Cyan Bird Model 1. It belonged to the earliest model of this series. When it first came out, it was very popular. It was a sniper-type mecha with excellent performance. Hence, later on, the Cyan Bird series was created. At present, this series had already produced Cyan Bird 23. And this Cyan Bird Model 1 was already decades old. It also had a resounding name, New Mobile Mecha. It belonged to the 3 major models that were provided free of charge in the mecha world. Among the 3 basic models of the sniper system, it was the basic model of the sniper system. In the mecha world, when everyone first logged in, they would use these basic models that were the easiest to get used to. However, in the mecha world, every victory in a battle or instance dungeon would earn them gold coins. These gold coins could be used to exchange for different mecha. As a result, it had been a long time since they had seen the Cyan Bird Model 1. Even for amateur players, there were still 3 stars. Their opponents had long since changed their fowling rifles for cannons. Who would still use this kind of deceptive basic model? Other than practicing with newbies or bullying newbies in instance dungeons, it was basically a pitfall. And looking at the number of times he logged in, it was written impressively. 2 times. Including this time, it was only 2 times. In other words, this was not only a newbie, but also a newbie, a very newbie. Because the mecha world was bound to each person's identity, each person could only have one account. It was impossible for a god to open a Smurf account. In their minds, there was only one sentence. Are you *king kidding me? The corners of Gao Tianxi's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Even he had not expected that this would actually be his second time logging in. Could it be that he had really misjudged back then? But things had already come to this, and they had already been forced to do something beyond their abilities. What else could they do? Although he was a newbie, it was still 5 against 5. If there was one less, then it would really be 4 against 5. 4 against 5, then there would really be no chance of winning. In any case, he was still a human. Now that things had come to this, everyone had no other choice. It could almost be said that they had been sentenced to death. Still, if they did not fight to the last match, they really would not be satisfied. They were still fantasizing that perhaps the opponent's battle team would also be a team full of idiots. If that happened, they would still have a chance of winning. Under Gao Tianxi's urging, everyone entered their respective cockpits. Very soon, Yi Shiwen received several friend requests. It was Yang Kong and the others. Sure enough, compared to a newbie like Yi Shiwen, who had just logged in for the second time, although these people were just amateurs, they were still much better. Basically, they had already exchanged for their third or fourth mecha. Yang Kang's mecha was a Blaze Type 4, which belonged to the firepower output type. Its entire body was fiery red. Although its speed was not fast, it was very vigorous and belonged to the category of mobile gunpowder stores. Guangbaran's mech was an azure blue mech. It did not look as wild and huge as the Blaze Type 4, but it was much better than the Cyan Bird Type 1. It belonged to the normal model called Assault. It was currently the 4th generation of this series of mecha. As for Chao Hong, who was known as the main MT, his mech was a Storm Type 3 heavy-duty defensive mech. It was completely black and it held a huge shield in both hands. When necessary, this would be a meat shield and a temporary trench. Compared to these people, Gao Tianxi, who belonged to the category of tall, rich, and handsome, was undoubtedly much more powerful. His mech was blood red and it looked very dazzling. It had considerable close and long-range combat capabilities. It was relatively balanced and it was not cheap. It belonged to the category of tall, rich, and handsome, especially when compared to Yi Shiwen's Cyan Bird Type 1. Yi Shiwen waited for a few minutes and then entered the battlefield of the challenge. He entered a simulated universe, and this time the battlefield of the challenge between the two sides was in this simulated universe. This was also one of the most common battlefields. Many demon beasts could survive in outer space, so this place was often one of the battlefields. Several people entered the battlefield one after another, and Yi Shiwen was naturally sent to the rear because his strength seemed to be the weakest in everyone's eyes, and most importantly, he was a sniper, so naturally he had to hide in the safest place. Yi Shiwen was not in a hurry and began to slowly control the Cyan Bird Type 1. There were still many places that he had not familiarized himself with. After all, this was only his second time in the game, and the last time was already a year ago. At this time, their challenge had also attracted a lot of attention. After all, they were only one match away from advancing to the 4-star level, and if they won, then they would become the only team besides the school team to advance to the professional level. In the 8th high school, only the strong school team had the ability to advance to the professional level. The other teams were basically amateurs among amateurs. Tyrannical Tiger Battle Team now has 9 consecutive victories. I wonder what kind of opponents they will encounter. Someone asked with concern. Yes, such a domineering and cool team name was exactly the name of Gao Tianxi's battle team, and it was said that he had gotten the inspiration from a movie many years ago. But what's with that Cyan Bird Type 1? It's too domineering and cool. Are you *king kidding me? Where did this Cyan Bird Type 1 come from? Many people's first reaction was to not believe it because those who were still using the Cyan Bird Type 1 were basically rookies among rookies. And how could rookies participate in this kind of promotion match? Is there really a Cyan Bird Type 1? Everyone was a little dumbfounded because they really saw the Cyan Bird Type 1, and on the transparent cockpit of several people, there was a board that displayed everyone's mecha so that everyone could see it, and also for the convenience of teaching. This rookie is a bit too much. Is Gao Tianzi really blind, or can't he find him at all? Someone said, suspiciously. As one of the few tall, rich, and handsome people in the 8th high school, Gao Tianzi was naturally the focus of everyone's attention. And this was really a battle of the spotlight. This time, Gao Tianzi really has been hunting geese for years, and now he's going to be pecked in the eye by the geese. Letting such a rookie cyan bird type 1 go up is really crazy. Does he really think that with his 5-star strength he can sweep the world? Someone said, sarcastically, in the school there were people who liked Gao Tianzi, and naturally there were people who hated him. But who is the pilot of this cyan bird type 1? Let me see, damn, it's actually that history geek. No wonder it's said that besides reading history books, he only reads history books. It's normal that he doesn't know how to play. I can understand Gao Tianzi's impulse to win, but after choosing such a person, will he still be able to win in the future? Originally, some of Gao Tianzi's supporters at this time, when they saw that the guy in the cyan bird type 1 was actually that famous history geek, they were completely disappointed. Originally, they hoped that he might be able to use the cyan bird type 1 because of his tyrannical strength, but at this time their hopes were completely shattered. Looking at that geek's appearance, they knew that it was simply impossible.